is rooted and grounded in me. Every praise, Yahuwah, you live in me. I'm rejoicing for all of your peace. Every part of me needs Yahuwah, stretched out deep inside of me, flowing stronger and deep like a tree planted by the sea. I'm rooted, grounded in Yahuwah. Is rooted and grounded in me. I love leaning on Yahuwah, everlasting, supreme one. He's the tree of life. Oh, to see I'm standing strong, never alone. Yahuwah lives in me.
Yahuwah, Yahusha, hallelujah.
On Yahuwah, no denying. He's the one that makes my life worth living.
My high worth living.
In Yahuwah is rooted and grounded in me. I'm made of vow, I can't turn around. Planted the seed of truth, teaching it now. Standing firm on Yahuwah's foundation. Preaching the good news of Yahushua.
Good news. The basura.
Trusting, obeying Yahuwah. I'm
Rooted, grounded, Yahuwah in me. No fear, standing here, found around.
I won't turn around. I'm
No.
pressing on to get my crown.
Rooted, grounded, Yahuwah.
Woo.
Woo. Woo. Rooted.
Is rooted and grounded in me.
Hallelujah, Yahuwah, Yahusha. Praise ya, praise ya, praise ya. Amen. Hallelujah.
Unless we're born of water and ruach, we cannot see the kingdom of Yahuwah. The wind blows
The
wherever
reign of
it
Yahuwah.
pleases, so is everyone born of ruach. Ruach, Ruach HaKodesh, you are welcome here. Come and fill our hearts, bring your Kadosh fear, like the wind that moves unseen. Breathe in us, set us free. You are welcome in me. Born not of flesh, nor human desire, but by the breath of a Ruach's fire. Teach us to walk in your truth and your commandments, in Yahushua's name, in Yahushua's name. Ruach HaKodesh, you are welcome here. Come and fill our hearts, bring your Kadosh fear, like the wind that moves unseen. Breathe in us, set us free. You are welcome in me. Ruach fall, like your Lord, my heart, Jeremiah 33. New life in Ruach fall, Yahushua's waters overflow. Ruach HaKodesh, you are welcome here. Come and fill our hearts, bring your Kadosh fear, like the wind that moves unseen. Within us, set us free. You are welcome in me. You are welcome here. You are welcome here. Come and fill our hearts. Bring a cottage feel like a wind that moves unseen. Within us, set us free. You are welcome in me. You are welcome in me. Ooh, you're welcome.
Well, it looks like I need a new phone. Praise God.
But by the breath of the Lewis fire.
Oh, we just cut off on
Were
this
you
one.
recently
All right.
injured in a car accident?
That's our cue.
Look at this.
All right, all right. It is exactly 8 o'clock on the dot over here, Pacific Standard Time. And shalom, shalom, yasharal. And, I don't know if I should say joyful, but trust everybody's having the most awesome, reflective seventh Yom in the counting to the 10 Yomim to Yom HaCaparym, the Yom of Atonement, the Yom of Covering, when it is the day that our covering is made fully in effect. They did it once a year for Al Yasharal for the year. And of course, along the way, you had a lot of still sins of ignorance in place, so it was all a shadow of things to come. And we know it is a picture of the coming of Yahusha, and when that covering of his blood will be put on us, and it'll be fully in effect because we shall be dressed in white garments, just like the Kahanim are dressed in white garments, the Luim, the Kahanim, for Yom HaKaparim, the Day of the Coverings. And that's a symbolic picture, a foreshadowing of being made new, given a new body. And in that new body, no more, weak, sinful, fleshly inclinations and emotions and mentals and things like that to kind of bring us down, pull us astray from Yahuwah. So Barak Yahuwah for that. And without further ado, there's a bell ringing out there. It's right on time. Let's go ahead and get this study underway. And again, I know it's really late, so I know there's not a lot of people that can be on. Plus, I know I'm not the most popular guy, and that's okay. Don't want to be popular for obvious reasons. I like this. Less pressure. Alright, 10 Yomim days of all. The 10 Yomim days of all reading for the 10 Yomim days to Yom HaKaparim. That is the day of coverings or atonement. Okay, so we're just gonna jump right in. Ooh, ooh, I forgot to. I'm about to go back and edit because I think I still left this in the with the pagan. Some of this in the pagan verbiage, but you will forgive me. I'll read over that and go back and change the way it's worded. Nonetheless, um, so what we like to do, 10th day of atonement, day of covering, is a Sabbath day, Sabbath Yom, and it's a Yom in where we fast, and we fast from the evening of the ninth Arab to the evening of the 10th. And now, a lot of people, most people, coming into the truth without thinking, think it just means at the end of the ninth at the Arab. Um, and then so like from evening to evening, one day, one Yom, it sounds like at evening on the ninth Yom, and then the next Yom would be the 10th Yom at evening, you fast. So really, it's like you're fasting one Yom. It seems like that's what we're under the impression of. But there's lots of writings in the scripture when it talks about like Pasach and Matzau, especially like in the book of Yuvalim. It says that, um, for example, it says in scripture that you celebrate the Pasach between the evenings on the 14th Yom, bordering into the evening, and then that night on the 15th Yom at evening you begin the feast of Matzau. So it literally tells you that Matzau, that the Yom begins at Arab, at night, at Laila. The Yom begins at Laila. Um, and so we see that portrayed through Matzau, Feast of Unleavened Bread. It talks about how you begin at evening on the 15th Yom, but it's not talking about the evening at the end of the 15th Yom, obviously. It's saying at evening or at Arab, the evening at the end of the 14th Yom of the Pasach, the Passover, when it borders into the Arab, that's now the 15th Yom at sundown, right? It says that's the 15th Yom, you begin Matzah. That night, that Laila, you shall have Matzah, unleavened bread. So we see that in Yuvalim, we see that in other places. So it's always talking about, when it's talking about evening, it's usually talking about the Arab that it's mentioning is always talking about the beginning of that Arab. And so it says that the 10th Yom is a Shabbat. We know that much. You know that on the 10th Yom you shall rest. It's a Kadash convocation. But it also states that you fast, and you begin your fast from from the Arab of the ninth Yom. And so a lot of people uh, are under the impression that that's at the end of the ninth Yom. Well, the only thing about that is just not as a greater offering, as you're only basically skipping breakfast and lunch. I don't know if that's like really afflicting your being. I don't know. I mean, for some people, I guess that's hard. It is. I mean, it is a little afflicting, but I would think that you would offer up an awesome offering. I mean, just with dealing at the context, the fact that it didn't specify, why wouldn't you not want to give Yahuwah your best and at least give him the Arab of the ninth Yom from the beginning portion of the ninth Yom Arab. So you would do like the entire uh ninth Yom, right? From the Arab, the beginning of the ninth Yom, all the way to the Arab, the end of the ninth Yom that begins the 10th Yom, right? And then that day you would already be fasted, so it's like you're already giving your offering, like you're skipping breakfast, and lunch, but you're already giving a complete Yom's offering in place of that. It's not like you're just skipping breakfast and lunch. You're like, I got an entire Yom to offer just for breakfast, and even more so for lunch, then the bordering, you got an entire day and a half by the time you're ready to break the fast at Yom HaCaparym, on the 10th Yom. You got a day and some change, and I think that's a more suitable offering to Yahuwah. That's my interpretation of it. So um, I'm just going to encourage that. And the only person that I knew, the person I learned this from, that I took his encouragement on it, his suggestion, recommendation on that, he passed away, was Yashai. We had the same ruach about doctrine, exactly the same, pretty much, not much different. Like we were both into the Kadash words, so we didn't say. He had a series called "Don't Mention It," where it's like he would point out a lot of different words in the English language, that especially the scriptural words that have etymology to other pagan deities, that had ties to pagan deities. So he wouldn't mention it, and he he highly encouraged not to, and he did at times just to reference or even the slip of the tongue. But nonetheless, we all have those moments. But who forgives us our sins of ignorance, we still need to try, make every effort to enter the narrow gate, and that's an effort you can make. It's the least command. Yahusha said, "Whoever keeps the least command teaches me so shall be considered great in my eyes." And we just want to do it because we want to make him joyful. Because if we're great, I say it that way because I don't care about being great in the rain. I want to be great in his eyes. I want him to be really like uplifted about me, edified by me, joyful about me. So that's how I see keeping the least command. So if that means that'll make him joyful, then I'm doing it and I'm teaching it because I feel strongly, genuinely ardent for it, and so I try not to slip the tongue. But nonetheless, that's part of making every effort to enter the narrow lane. So praise God for that. Yeshai had a very meek ruach about him. I can feel his innocence. Um, Others would argue otherwise. There was like a lot of controversy about him, but I think with people like that, the enemy does a really great job at trying to ruin real Kodashim, their reputations. He already tries. He's been doing this for thousands of years. Before even we even know the potential we have in Yahushua, what Yahuwah sees in us, and how he's trying to position us and place us in his reign. The enemy already sees that, and so he's already at work at ruining our reputation before we even get a chance to come up. And even when we do start coming up, he'll ruin it then, or put agents to delete and impede our work and delete, just ruin our work. Like this HaCaparym message I did last year, and I couldn't even find the videos and the posts I did on it. And I did posts like this, and they should have been in my own account. They're not. So, people hack in my account, delete them. So I don't know what else to say, but just keep pushing because Yahusha says, stir up to, or Kafa says, we need always be stirring up to reminder these things. So, I mean, got to get used to doing this year after year. My mind frame was, my thought process was, I'll do it one time and leave it behind like a book, then I won't have to ever do it again. But that's not the case with Yahusha. He obviously wants us to. I wasn't trying to be a teacher. There's teachers that they love this. They love, sharing and sharing over and over, like every week, every Shabbat, every, days you mean like this. You know, I think like Yahuwah kind of twist my arm to do it, but nonetheless, we're still in dope stand. My thing's like, are you sure you want me to? I don't want to be rocking the boat. I don't feel anointed for it. But then like he'll manifest things to let me know, like, yeah, he wants me to do it. I think his only issue with me is when I go on running to him. I just like to get personal, but bear with me. That's a patient thing on y'all's end. But my sign earlier today to do the message tonight was like, okay, I was gonna do it 2 days ago. I was gonna do it yesterday. Thought about it a little bit today, but I didn't feel anything confirming. I just wanted to rest in Yah and just meditate with Him, get in His Word. And by the way, anybody who got in the Word today, go ahead and feel free to share your like the scripture of the Yom for you that enlightened you this Yom that you felt edified by. That'd be great to edify each other. We need to make this time a time of sharing scripture towards one another again. Um, my algorithms are all jacked up because they're really trying to take me down. They don't like me. So you are a product of your surroundings and of things you get kind of like it's you're somewhat have a little influence, like you're speaking from an influence and like a filter of things around you. And what I mean is my Facebook account is bombarded with, you wouldn't even imagine what kind of things I have to look at just to like try to see mashpaka. Like I'm trying to find edifying things. I have to personally look for somebody, like just go to my friends list and click on them just to see what they're talking about. And even then, sometimes, you know, some it's like, you know, I think we might get a little misdirected, misfocused on what we're supposed to be doing here. Um, but nonetheless, you know, what we say, do, and think is not just the word of Yahuwah. it's fleshly desired, and it's in agreement with the demonically inspired. Yeah, there's certain things that are a gray area for edifying, sharing love, and being neighborly and all that. But vanity is a easy stronghold. It's a quick catch. To get to fall into that. So if you're looking at things that you think are cool and exciting, and that's just a recipe for disaster. To go into the vanity and into the world. So nonetheless, let's go ahead and get this started, shall we? All right, let's start a little pala, a little petition. Av Yahuwah, Elohim Mosai, Ala Leon, Makalam, in Yahusha Mashiach, Al Shaddai, Creator Shamayim and Adatz. Kadash be your name. We barakata, wahabata, uhalalata, utorata, yadata, via Adani, Ali, Aishi, Yahusha, Utalamain, La, being its strength. Toro, 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 Amanu, Amanu, Aman. Halal Yahuwah, Yahusha, Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We just ask, Almighty Yahusha, that we might fully take in the fruit of your word, fruit of the Ruach, the fruit of you inside of us, that it might take root, that we might become trees of everlasting Chai, planted by the rivers of Chai. We ask these things, Abba Yahuwah, by the power and authority of your precious bond, Yahushua Mashiach, Adonai Eloheinu, Malkainu, Adani Ali, Toro Toro Toro, Aman, Aman, Aman. Halal Yahuwah, Yahusha. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All right. Praise Yah. And ultimately, I do this for you, Abba Yahuwah Makosha. Do this for you. So, 10 days of all. Normally, what I have done this in the past is I would go through each yom. What there's a tradition. This is a kind of a Jewish tradition. Um, Actually, I don't think anybody ever does this. I think I kind of came up with this, to be honest. But so this is kind of my tradition. There's 10 days of all that Jewish people have, and it's a time of self-reflection for 10 days, going up to the 10th Yom of the Chadash for Yom HaCaparym. But there's also something that also has 10 in it, is the 10 times Yasharah murmured and complained. So I think the 10 days of reflecting go along with the 10 times Yasharah complained in the wilderness, because what we're reflecting on is our shortcomings, where we fall short. And I think a great way to do that too is look at some examples in scriptures, because what this is about is entering Yerushalayim, Sion, the promised land, the land of inheritance. But we're looking forward to the eternal one. But what better way to reflect that than to look at the forefathers, how they also, were looking forward to entering the land of their inheritance, their promised land. And 10 to some even got up to 15 times could count where the Yasharal murmured and complained. And that kind of shows some compassion on Yahuwah's end. Because if there's about 14 to 15, I got 14 on here on mine. And well, somewhere after. But nonetheless, yeah, there's some people that counted like 12, 13 or something like that, 14, even before Yahuwah finally gave his verdict on them. And he said these 10 times. And I think that's Yahuwah showing compassion, because he didn't, it's like in a way he could have said these 15 times, 14 times. And I know 10 is, it's almost like just a phrase, like one of those, it's just a saying. But I think that still, if you take in the literal fact that they did complain more than that, and Yahuwah's compassion and just counted 10, it just shows that, there's some things that he just kind of swept under the rug and showed compassion, and didn't fully, like, you know, make them look as bad as they really were, as he could have, So he showed compassion on them. And that's how we should be towards each other. That's a great start for the messages. Be compassionate towards each other. And, you don't always have to keep record of all the wrongs. I mean, scripture says, Ahava, according to Romans 13, keeps no record of wrong. But, there are some times when we are dealing with each other, that we're trying to resolve an issue, that certain things that are of importance that need to come up, that need to be addressed, get addressed. And there's a fine line between issues that need to be addressed because you're trying to find a solution for it, and just bringing up things just to add on to it to show you're keeping record, like just to make them look bad, to show how bad they are. And that's different. And I think, we should be like more like Yahuwah, who, you know, didn't count all those times. He just said 10 times, when there's really more than that. So, nonetheless, let us go ahead and begin with the what I normally would do. Again, like I said, every year, for the past few years, I would actually read the first time Yashara murmured and complained on the Day of Trumpets, on yeah, Yom Taruah, and then so on the second day. After that, I would read the second time Yashara complained, and each day I do a live video up to the 10th Yom of all. So I could see why Yahuwah would not want me to do it that way, because it'd be a lot. You can do a cool series on it, but everybody's got a lot of things they're doing, and I can talk all day, and I can make. And it's like, if we can just get them all in one teaching, boom, and then kind of compress it for the majority of the time. Like, this is Yahuwah's doing way better the Yom than now. We're already a little more than halfway through. Now's the time we really need to start reflecting. We're in the seventh Yom, the Arab of the seventh Yom. Tomorrow's the seventh Yom at the rising. All tomorrow's seventh Yom. We now entered into the seventh Yom, the Arab of it. So, now's the time to really start reflecting, because it's at hand. And let's get it in while reflecting on Yasharal, and then we can reflect on ourselves. So that's how we're doing it this Shana. Without further ado, we're going to begin with the first time that Yasharal, the forefathers, murmured and complained, and that's in Shamut Exodus chapter 14. According to this list, I got this list from a website, I'm not going to lie, and there's a few other different versions of the list. I like this one, and then I put in some other ones that weren't originally there, that I added, that I put in there just because I wanted to make some points. So, Shamut Exodus, chapter 14. We're going to go verse 10 through 12. And I'll probably go around for context. So, Shamut Exodus, chapter 14, 10 through 12. Can't nail the page down with one hand. This page is so thin. Alright, there we go. And this is at the Red Sea, where it seemed that Pharaoh's army would destroy them. Alright, start at verse 7. And he, talking about Pharaoh, took 600 chosen chariots and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, with officers over all of them. Now, in case you don't know, they found the chariot remains at the Red Sea crossing. There's proof of this, that this happened. This was found. Juan Riot Discoveries. You can look it up on YouTube. And this is the account of it in the scriptures. And Yahuwah hardened the lob of Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, and he pursued the children of Yasharal. But the children of Yasharal went out with a high hand, and the Mitzrayim pursued them, and all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen and his army, and reached them camping by the sea beside Pi Ha-Harut, before the name of another mighty one, Saphon. And when, or sorry, forgive me, the name of another mighty one. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Yasharal lifted their eyes and saw the Mitzrayim coming up after them, and they were greatly afraid. So the children of Yasharal cried out to Yahuwah, and they said to Masha, "Did you take us away to die in the wilderness, because there are no graves in Matzraim. What is this that you have done to us to bring us up out of Matzraim? Is this not the word that we spoke to you in Matzraim, saying, leave us alone and let us serve the Matzrim? For it would have been better for us to serve the Matzrim than to die in the wilderness. Now, here's the difference between righteous crying out and crying out the way they're doing. You know, you always see the Psalms, Tahanim, Dawood is always talking about crying out. But when he's crying out to Yah, he's crying out in trust. He's saying, deliver me from my enemies, for I have guarded your word and I have put my trust in you. Don't let them reproach me or mock me or put me to shame. You know, deliver me for your name's sake, to like stand up for your own name, because I'm backing you up. I'm doing this all in your name. They know who I serve. So back yourself up because of things I said, to show them that you are who you say you are, that you're the real Elohim. You know, and that's how more or less Dawood would talk, would cry out. And that's how we got to cry out. And that's a big difference from that way than actually um, kind of like doubting Yah and putting them down is what they're doing. It's almost, I've always said, because you know when they were at Mount Sinai, it was like a marriage covenant, you know. So Yashara was like his bride, and it's like getting hitched really quick with this woman, this bride he just took upon him, and she's just murmuring and complaining, doesn't really know he's the best thing since sliced bread, and he's got it all taken care of. That he owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, he owns the world, you know. And they're just like, no, I don't want to, like, what's wrong with you? I don't want to be here. No, take me back. Like, I don't trust you, you know. Like, you know. And so he's like, whoa, hey, calm down now, you know. And they said to Masha, did you take us away to die in the wilderness because there are no graves in Matzraim? So Yasharal is talking mess. I mean, that those are fighting words. They're like mocking Yahuwah. Did you bring us out? Because when they say this, remember when Masha says in Shamu 16, your grumblings are not against me, but against Yahuwah. Did you take us away to die in the wilderness? So they're saying this to Yahuwah. Because there are no graves in Matzraim. He's like, dang, like that's, wow, you talk to me like that? What is this that you have done to us to bring us up out of Matzraim? Is this not the word that we spoke to you in Matzraim, saying, leave us alone and let us serve the Matzraim? You know, it sounds like when you have like a nagging, grumbling, complaining wife, that's throwing it in your face now, even though you got it under control. For it would have been better for us to serve the Matzrim than for us to die in the wilderness, being negative, not trusting Yah. And Masha said to the people, do not be afraid, like I got this. I got this, honey, chill. It's going to work out. And Masha said to the people, do not be afraid, stand still and see the deliverance of Yahuwah that he does for you this Yom. For the Matzrim whom you see this Yom are never, you are never ever to see them again. Yahuwah fights for you and you keep silent. I like that. Yahuwah fights for you and you keep silent. Like, shh, we got this. And Yahuwah said to Masha, why do you cry to me? Speak to the children of Yasharal and let them go forward. And you lift up your rod and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it. And let the children of Yasharal go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I am hardening the Labim of the Matzrim, and they shall follow them. And I am to be esteemed through Pharaoh and over all his army, his chariots and his horsemen. And the Matzrim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I am esteemed through Pharaoh, his chariots and his horsemen. And the Malak of Elohim, who went before the camp of Yasharal, moved and went behind them, and the column of cloud went from before them and stood behind them, and came between the camp of the Matzrim and the camp of Yasharal, and it was the cloud and the darkness, and it gave light by night, and the one did not come near the other at all the night. So I don't know if that makes sense. What it's saying is that the cloud the pillar of fire and the cloud went behind the camp to make a separation between the camp of the Matzrim and the camp of Yasharal, and it was the cloud and the darkness. It's basically saying that it was it was cloud and darkness for the Matzrim and gave light by night. It's talking about in context to the Yasharim, because we see even in the 10 plagues, you can only assume in the context, because for the 10 plagues it says that for the Matzrim, for Matzraim, Egypt, it was darkness, but only the land of Gushan, where the Yasharim were, had light. And so we kind of see that kind of parabolic picture, like it's kind of bringing that kind of similar talk up. So we can only assume that Yehovah in His compassion is and His ahava and His great ahava, His chasad and His His kindness and His khan, His favor and His yaram, right? Is that right? Um, Rama, yeah, His yaram, yeah. The compassion is only so great that He would do this for them to give them light. And so Masha stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahuwah caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea into dry land, and the Ma'im were divided. Now, another thing, for those relationships, those couples out there, those married couples, especially, the scripture says marriage is honorable in the eyes of Yahuwah. Like He upholds that. That's like part of his order of things and part of what He created to really picture Him and His bride. And so He upholds that because He wants it to look nice. But He puts a lot of these situations. He puts a lot of Egypt, Red Sea, being between the rock and the hard place moments. Um, Somewhere it says that where it's like in there between the rock and a hard place comes from the rocks that they was on one end. They went to the winding rocks. It was like a maze or whatever, and then the other side, the hard place, was the water, the ma'im. And some relationships, we hit a rock in a hard place constantly. Bills, this, that, the other. And what you have to know is Yahuwah will time and time again always make it work out. Yeah, you do your best, but don't stress. It's just a test. Yah will do the rest. Yah shall do the rest. Yah shall do the rest. You just do your best. Do what you can, but when you did all you can and exalted your efforts, just rest. It's just a test. It's a test, not to pass like finding the decision. The test is to trust Him. It's just a test to trust Him. Yah's gonna do the rest. You'll see. Stand back and check out the deliverance. Like when you're doing all you can, just relax. That's what it says. Stand still and see the deliverance of Yahuwah. It says, where is it at? It says right here. Um, And Masha said to the people, "Do not be afraid, stand still and see the deliverance of Yahuwah that He does for you this yom. For the Matzim you see today, you are never to see again. Yahuwah fights for you, and you keep silent." So this is all when He says, "Stand still and see the deliverance of Yahuwah," and then He says, "Yahuwah fights for you, keep silent." So it's like, don't murmur and complain is really what He's saying. Like just trust. You done all you can. You know that He's working it out in the midst. Be patient and silent trust towards Yah, because you don't want to put negative energy. Because what happens when we open our mouths, we cause more problems, right? Sometimes the problems can be avoided just keeping our mouth shut. Like just if it's not going to be something positive, something productive to say, let's not say it at all. Because the nagging, the stress can only cause more fire, fuel to the situation, and it causes other problems that weren't even part of the problem, that weren't even major problems, and now we got like two, three problems, and it was just one. So, Yahuwah fights for you, keep silent. And so, and look, Yahuwah fights, He does a miracle. Yahuwah's always going to do the miracle. And Masha stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahuwah caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all the night, and made the sea into a dry land, and the Ma'im were divided. And the children of Yasharal went into the midst of the sea on dry ground, and the Ma'im were a wall to them on their right and on their left. Man, how mind blowing is that to imagine? It's like, and it's real, it's true, it happened. And like, because this is for us. Like we know, but where's those miracles today? It's whatever it needs to be, and for us we don't need that. Like you want to see a magic trick, go to a magic show, but that's all witchcraft, it's all demonic. He does exactly what needs to happen, and at that time that's what they needed. At that moment that's what needed to happen, because he was building his nation, so he needed to protect them. He was making a covenant, he had to do what he had to do to bring about the Messiah through that lineage. So that's how special they were in his eyes and all that. And his promise to Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, to his descendants, gave him that promised land. He made them a promise, so he was going to do everything to protect that promise. So even if that meant he had to part the waters, part the sea to do it, he was going to do it. And for us, all he needs to do is just make sure we got food on the table and roof over our head and clothes on our back. So we might get a little stressed out here and there. Things might go on, but he's going to make sure he takes care of us. But we just got to be doing our best, doing right, not just best to handle those situations, but doing right in those other things that when people aren't looking. It's called integrity, doing the right thing all the time, even when no one's looking. According to His word as best we can. So praise Yah. And the children of Yashar went to the midst of the sea on dry ground, and the Ma'im were a wall to them on the right and on the left. And the Matzrim pursued and went after them into the midst of the sea, all the horses of Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to be in the Bakar, the rising watch, that Yahuwah looked down upon the rising watch, forgive me, that Yahuwah looked down upon the army of the Matzrim through the column of the fire and cloud, and he brought the army of the Matzrim into confusion, and he took off their chariot wheels, so that they drove them with difficulty. And the Matzrim said, "Let us flee from the face of Yasharal, for Yahuwah fights for them against the Matzrim." And so, how many times we've seen that, like, when we're going against the enemies and it looks like they're starting to take advantage of us or do certain things, and it looks like it's they're gonna win, like a game, right? Sports, it's like, oh, they're never gonna come back, but the other team deserves to win. Maybe certain things about them, and they're just more humble about it. I don't know. But even in your high, in your situations, as long as you keep the right attitude and just trust Yah, out of nowhere, boom, it's like you see your enemies' chair wheels fall off, and this happens and that happens. Next thing you know, they're gone. They just disappear. They took off. Like they just had an emergency and they had to go back to the other state. They just left. Like what? And then you get the job or the promotion or whatever it is. You can take that position. So praise Yah. Things like that happen all the time. You just gotta stay trusting Yah, stay in Him. So yeah, they said Yahuwah fights for them. That's right. You gotta remain in Him, stay trusting Him, and He'll fight for you. Because He fights with you with the energy you give Him to fight with too. Like when you're trusting Him, He's like, yeah, let me see that. Give me that energy. And like, yeah, here you go. And then He turns it into a sword and whah. But if you're like doubting Him and it's like you're throwing like shade on Him, like you're fighting Him too. You're like complaining and doubting Him and not thinking. You're like against Him. You're like mugging Him basically, with your energy, with your spirit. Like He's like looking at you like, okay, I was gonna help you, but I guess not. You look like you don't want nothing. You don't want my help after all. So you gotta look at Him with like compassion, like with love. Like seeking His compassion. You know. Then Yahuwah said to Masha, "Stretch out your hand over the sea, and let the Ma'im come back upon the Matzrim, on their chariots and on their horsemen." And Masha stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its usual flow at the break of Yom, when the Matzrim with the Matzrim fleeing into it. Thus Yahuwah overthrew the Matzrim in the midst of the sea. And the Maim returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the army of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them, and not even one was left of them. And the children of Yasharal walked on dry ground in the midst of the sea, and the Maim were a wall to them on their right and on their left. It's like, man, I gotta tell y'all twice. And they walked on dry ground, I'm telling you. And the walls, the Mayan were walls on each side. I'm telling you, this is true. Thus Yahuwah saved Yasharal that Yom out of the hand of the Matzrim. And Yasharal saw the Matzrim dead on the seashore. So they washed them up. And Yasharal saw the great work that Yahuwah had done in Mitzrayim, and the people revered Yahuwah and believed and trusted and obeyed Yahuwah and his servant Masha. All right, praise Yah. So that is a great account of the first time Yasharal murmured and complained for the first Yom of the 10-day council Yom HaCaparym for the that would be for Yom Tarua, the first Yom, and that's a great way to start off Yom Tarua, is to start off hard with such a great event, such a complaint, such a that complaint was valid because they had never seen. I mean, they just saw the 10 plagues, so actually it wasn't valid. Actually, it wasn't valid really. But after this one, it's like I'm not saying no more. After that, it's like, what else could they say? Like, oh, hey man, I ain't gonna say nothing else. And you would think, but how many times we do that, or how multitude times we do that in our chai, where we, um, Yahuwah saves us out of a situation miraculously, and then He tries again a couple months later. We're right back into another trial, and we're freaking out again. Now, it's all right to get a little worried. Just make sure you cry out to Yahuwah and trust, and then rest and be at peace, like it said. Stand still and behold the deliverance of Yah, and be silent. That's that. That those were intentional words, like, and why I read them intentionally. It's that important. Masha said to the people, "Do not be afraid." So don't be afraid. You already petitioned up in the right way. Now we petition the right way, trusting Yah. We trust Him. We make it known. We say, "Look, I've been doing my best. I've been guarding your word. I've been doing right, and please save me." Masha said to the people, "Do not be afraid." So once you petition Yah, don't be afraid. Stand still or be still. Still your mind, still your emotions. Relax and see or wait for the deliverance of Yahuwah that He does for you. For the Matzrim whom you see today, the enemy that's against you, that force, that situation, you are never to see again. You'll get over it. It'll come to pass. It'll get defeated, and you'll make it through it. For Yahuwah fights for you, and you keep silent. That's what He wants us to do. Just keep silent and wait when it comes to fighting those enemies and being tested like that. He doesn't want us murmuring and complaining. When you feel like you're gonna murmur and complain, remember He fights for you. Wait for the deliverance and be silent. Okay. Now let's go to, and look, such a great deliverance. Think they learn. Think we learn, and we will continue to repeat this same thing. Next one is Shamut, Exodus chapter 15, verse 22 to 24, and this is at the Mara, where they found bitter water. Mara and Mariba, something like that. Let's get to it. 15, Shamut, Exodus 15, verse 22 to 24. And Masha, like, this is right at the end of, um, Mariam was just singing this entire time, and they already started murmuring and complaining again. At the end of the waters closing on them, and I'm gonna just start at verse 20. And Mariam the Nabiyah, or the female, one speaking the word by authority, and Mariam the Nabiyah, the sister of Aharon, took the timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Mariam answered them, "Sing to Yahuwah, for He is highly exalted. The horse and its rider He has thrown into the sea." I love that. Give me little chills, cry, little cry nudge for that day. All right. And then very next thing, verse 22. And Masha brought Yasharal from the Sea of Reeds, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 Yomim in the wilderness and found no Ma'im. So this was 3 Yomim later, 3 days later, 3 Ma'im later. Now, do you think this was an accident? This was, um, by random, just so happened by coincidence that there was no Ma'im for 3 days? Do you know what I mean? Like, everything's just so chaotic and random that it was not. doesn't know or is not in control like that, like it has to be brought to his attention, and like like he's just speaking with according to what's logically there to make happen. No, he can make anything happen. He prepared everything like a domino effect. You hit things like already, bing, boom, the ball and the hoop and the this and the next domino thing is, it's all connected, and it's gonna do his desire. But this moment was to test him to see, since the first times, they that first the other time just before the river parted, or the sea reeds, yeah, the Red Sea parted. um they were murmuring and complaining. He wanted to put them in that position again to see this time if they would at least cry out to him, trusting in him for help, since he had done such great things already, the 10 plagues of Egypt, parting the Red Sea. So let's see how they go about this one now. And Masha brought Yasharal from the Sea of Reeds, and they went out to the wilderness of Shur, and they went 3 Yomim in the wilderness, and found no Ma'im. And they came to Mara, and they were unable to drink the Ma'im of Mara, for they were bitter. So the name of it was called Mara. Ironically, interestingly enough, the word in Spanish for bitter is also uh, mara, like margado or something like that. Margado, that means bitter, like where it's sour. And here is the Hebrew word for bitter is mara, because a lot of Spanish words are Hebrew, because that's Hebrew. Abadi is the source of all the languages, especially a lot of Spanish has a lot of Abadi in it because we're Israelites. Hispanics, Mexicans are also Israelites. They had that influence into the language. And so they came to Mara, like Margado, means sour, bitter, and they weren't able to drink the Ma'im of Mara, for they were bitter. So the name of it was called Mara. And the people grumbled against Masha, saying, "What are we to drink?" So now they're looking at Masha, but remember, Yahuwah says, "What is?" Masha says, "What is your grumbling against me? It's not against me, but against Yahuwah. He's just the representative." So they're really grumbling at Yahuwah, and they know it. "What are we to drink?" Then he cried out to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah showed him a tree, and when he threw it into the Ma'im were made sweet. The water, the Ma'im were made sweet. There he made a law and a right ruling for them, and there he tried them. And he said, "If you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah, your Elohim, and do what is right in his eyes, and shall listen to his commands, and shall guard his laws, I shall bring on you none of the diseases I brought on the Matzrim, for I am Yahuwah who heals you." And they came to Alim, where there were 12 fountains of Ma'im and 70 palm trees, and they camped there by the Ma'im. We're just talking about how he does things with a purpose, like a domino effect. Everything's synchronized, and here's Yahuwah's proof of that. How many tribes of Yasharah were there? 12. How many fountains of Ma'im were here? 12. How many leaders did Yahuwah have? The elders? There were 70. How many palm trees were there? 70. The 70 were for the 70 elders, 70 palm trees for the 70 elders to represent them, and the 12 springs of Mayan were for the 12 tribes of Yasharab. And that was for them to see, like, wow, is this coincidence? Like, how is that even possible? That's how control Yah is. And so Yahuwah again was already trying to, before he had given them the Torah, he was already pointing at the fact that he was going to give them his laws. He hadn't done it yet. They haven't had the Mount Sinai experience. But he was saying, listen, you're already starting to complain a lot. If you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah, your Elohim, and do what is right in his eyes, you know what's right. I don't even have to tell you, but I'm going to give it all, I'm going to lay it all out to you on stone and in the Ruach, and you shall listen to his commands and shall guard his laws. I shall bring on you none of the diseases I brought on the Matzrim, for I am Yahuwah who heals you. He said that word of covenant after who heals you, after he threw the tree into the Mara, into the bitter waters, and the Mara Ma'im, the Yamim, or the Ma'im Mara, Mara Ma'im, the bitter waters. and that was a reflection of Yahusha, right? Because Yahusha was executed on a timber, on a stake, on a pole, on a tree, right? All these interchangeable ideological words, and so that tree was thrown into the Ma'im. The waters represent nations, right? A multitude. It says it in Revelation. I saw a harlot, a prostitute, riding a scarlet beast, and it sat in the midst of multitudes of waters, Ma'im. And then the Malak tells the interpretation of the vision. It says the waters, the Ma'im, where the harlot, the whore, and the beast sit, are multitudes of nations, people, kindreds, and tongues. So it's a multitudes of the nations. That's what Ma'im waters symbolize. And so when we see bitter water, what do you think that's talking about? It's talking about bitter, sour people. What is that reflecting? It's reflecting them. What were they doing? Murmuring and complaining. I always talk about how sometimes, like I give all these little cosmic teachings, but they're in line with the word. Like I always say, like, yeah, like I have things that manifest in my reality that are like cosmic projections of reality of my inner being. Like, and that's for everybody if you can see it. If you're being sweet and loving and kind, you get a lot more sweet, loving, kind people around you. Everything tastes sweeter. You get, all the apples are sweet, things are sweet. Everything's, tasteful. There's a lot of sweet stuff around you. If you're being sour, then you're gonna run into a lot of sour stuff. You're gonna like salty stuff. You're gonna like bitter stuff. If you're being sour, like sour ma'im, sour waters. That's great. Analogy or great manifestation of reality here. They were being bitter, so they were confronting themselves through the ma'im, the bitter water. Yahuwah was like, that's y'all right there, by the way. Because what does water do when you look at it? It casts a reflection, right? I'm pretty sure they got down and they were seeing themselves in the reflection of the water when they got down to drink it. And Yahuwah was like, man, it's on the fine print. If you can see what I'm trying to put down for y'all, like look in the mirror, taste that water. You taste that bitterness? Yeah, that's y'all right there. That's how y'all taste to me. That's how y'all are to me right now. Y'all being bitter, sour, murmuring and complaining, bad attitude, negative. Y'all don't like this water. Drink yourself. You like how that tastes? Oh, you remember complaining about you now? Like you don't realize you remember complaining about the reflection of yourself. You don't like yourself, huh? You're being ugly. You don't like how you're being ugly. All right, I'm gonna bring Yahusha in the mix though. He's gonna heal you. That's why he says what he says later. Like I got a antidote for that because that's just your flesh nature. You can't help it. You're weak in your flesh. Y'all don't understand what's going on. Y'all still early on at the beginning of creation. Y'all still like little whining, childrens of creation right now. So you know I'm gonna eventually throw this in here, this tree, and this is Yahusha. I'm gonna bring in this salvation, and it's gonna make y'all sweet. It's gonna give y'all the fruit of the ruach, so you can drink it. One day, one yom in the future. This is just a parabolic picture, a shadow of things to come. I'm gonna send my Mashiach, my bond, and he's gonna die for your sins, and he shall be thrown into the multitude of the nations to be received, thrown into the world so that we can receive him and he's going to make us sweet. So then we can drink that and see that in us. So Barak Yahuwah, praise Yah. And so, yeah, continuing. And he said, if you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah, right after he made the water sweet, he says this, if you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah, your Elohim, and do what is right in his eyes, and shall listen to his commands, and shall guard his laws, I shall bring on you none of the diseases I brought on Matzraim, for I am Yahuwah, who heals you. Why would he say who heals you when they weren't even sick yet? He just started speaking it into the future, like what his salvation can do. Heals us, but yeah, even from a bad attitude, from sin and death, from diseases. Um, but nonetheless, I like how it's pretty cool that he says this right after he threw the tree in the ma'in that symbolized the covenant, the ta, the stake, the timber of Yahusha. So it's like already playing it out, like role playing the glimpse, like I'm throwing Yahusha into the world, the nations, and in this bitter world. And if you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah and keep my commandments through this tree that makes you sweet, it'll heal you, bring refreshing, but you still gotta keep these commandments, obey his voice. So he's like reiterating to believe in Yahusha to receive the sweet water from the tree. Boom. You gotta diligently obey his voice, keep his commandments, and then he'll heal your diseases. Ain't that awesome? Praise Yah. So they complained nonetheless a second time to Masha, and now they saw how Yahuwah through Masha made the mind sweet, and I doubt they picked up that imagery. I never picked up that imagery. I feel like this is like the first time I'm reading it for the for the first time. Every time I do this, I get some different. It's at different levels, but I'm glad I did it because that was new for me, to be honest. Seeing the bitterness is how they were bitter. I took it like, oh, he's letting them know how he's gonna heal the world. The world is in bitter pain in the future, but it was about them. He makes it sweet, like he wanted them to see themselves, reflecting themselves through the water. So I thought that was cool. Now let's keep going. The next one's gonna be number 3, Shamut, Exodus chapter 16. All right. So we saw him make the Mayim sweet. He's already giving them a glimpse of his Torah, of his commandments. He's already letting them know like he has expectations, but they have to trust him, obey his voice, his commandments, and you'll heal them, make the Mayim sweet. Like that, he's starting to put this together for them step by step, little by little. So Shamut, Exodus chapter 16. And they departed from Malim. On this particular time, this is the time that they were in the desert of Sain or Sin, and they hungered. They remember to complain about food now. And they departed from Malim, and all the congregation of the children of Yasharal came to the wilderness of Sin, that is between Alim and Sinai, on the 15th Yom of the second month, second Kadash, or second, Chadash, after their going out of the land of Matzraim. So the 15th Yom would have been a full moon. And all the congregation of the children of Yasharal grumbled against Masha and Aharon in the wilderness. And the children of Yasharal said to them, if only we had died by the hand of Yahuwah in the land of Matzraim, when we sat by the pots of meat and when we ate bread to satisfaction. For you have brought us out into this wilderness to put all this congregation to death with hunger. Again, now those are fighting words. They're saying you brought us out here to die. Like they're not just saying we don't trust you, not even just saying we kind of doubt you, but now they're saying like those are just fighting words. They're like speaking against them. Like man, you they're like saying basically I hate you. Look what you did. Like now we're gonna die. They're speaking certainty. Like they're just not trusting. They're grumbling, murmuring, and complaining. For you have brought us out into this wilderness to put all this congregation to death with hunger. And Yahuwah said to Masha, see, I am raining bread from the Shamayim for you, and the people shall go out and gather a Yom's portion every Yom. Ain't that so loving and compassionate? Like he could have said, like, man, again the murmuring and complaining. He's like, dealing with it. Look, I'm gonna make it rain bread. What he's really wanting was just to have that initial response to that hunger, like, please, yeah, provide. We're hungry. Like we seen you do this great, wonderful, awesome works. Now do not hold back yet, and continue to show us your compassion and favor, for we trust in you. That's kind of what he was looking for, but they give him that. He was ready to give it anyways. He was so ready to give it. I think a part of him was anticipating that they're gonna go the other way, the positive way with it. And so when they murmured and complained, he was probably like, "Look, I already have this ready to give them because I thought they're gonna be positive this time about it." Because he's always seeking our best. He's always anticipating we're gonna do the right thing. I've seen things play out that way where he is really rooting for us. He sees the best in us. He's rooting for us. This is the game, and that's the goal. That's the competition. He's not. Yeah, you get upset with your team when they miss the shot or this and that, but you're still rooting for your team. So he's rooting for us to win. And Yahuwah said to Masha, "See, I am raining bread from the Shamayim for you, and the people shall go out and gather a Yom's portion every Yom, in order to try them, whether they walk in my Torah or not. And it shall be on the sixth Yom that they shall prepare what they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather Yomly, daily." And Masha and Aharon said to the children of Yasharal, "At Arab evening you shall know that Yahuwah has brought you out of the land of Matzraim, and in the Bakar, the rising, you shall see the esteem of Yahuwah. For he hears your grumblings against Yahuwah. And what are we that you grumble against us?" And Masha said, "In that Yahuwah gives you meat to eat in the Arab in the evening, and in the Bakar, the rising, bread to satisfaction. For Yahuwah hears your grumblings that you make against him. And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah." And Masha said to Aharon, so that's what he says it. He says, Yahuwah hears your grumblings that you make against him. And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. So they're not just, when they grumble at Masha, they're grumbling at Yahuwah. And they're yelling at his face when they do that. It's like getting married. It's like what you see sometimes, certain videos where the wife is beating on the husband, like a poor, humble husband. He's just like taking it, and you can tell he's just a nice dude, and she's just beating him up, slapping him, and yelling at him, getting in his face, like, "Looking when I talk to you," trying kind of thing. That's how Yahuwah's taking it, like, and he still provides, like, here, like, he's like, "Hey, I'm taking care of you, like, would you stop? Like, I'm trying to reason with you, talk to you, I'm trying to do something special here." But she's starting to get a power trip. The wife, the Yasharal, they're starting to think this is how Yahuwah responds to them. Like, they don't hear his response back is that he's saying, "Hey, look, you keep grumbling against me, but that's not what I want. I want you to, like, trust in me. I'm gonna provide for you, and, like, go about it another way, and I'll still give it to you." They're just seeing the fact that they're murmuring and complaining, they're grumbling, yelling at him, and talking mess to his face is getting a response out of him. He's getting it, and he's doing what he's gonna do anyways. But they're being wicked. This is where, like the scriptures say, Yahusha says in Mattatyahu 5 that Yahuwah is compassionate to the righteous and the wicked. He makes it rain on the tub and the evil, on both, and so therefore be perfect as he's perfect. Regardless how you are, how, at the end of the day, the way you treat him, talk to him, and are, he's loving to all his creation. He's still gonna provide rain, still provide shelter, because it's in his nature to do that. That's just how he is. He's just loving. He's still gonna take it and take care of you. But what makes it to show what actually expresses a right foundation or right relationship with him is actually doing the right things the right way, being positive, trusting him, keeping his commandments, his word. You can be any kind of way, and he might still be compassionate towards you and show you some favor just to take care of you. He's being compassionate, just to take care of you and get so you can get by. But in the end, he's gonna be like, that's what he can be like. So, like, "Depart from me, I never knew you." That's why people still think they're gonna get in because, oh well, he overlooks my shenanigans. He accepts what I do. He accepts me. We have a because he always favors me. He always shows me, like, he's compassionate to the righteous and the wicked. That's his nature. He's loving. What puts you in the right position, right standing with him, in a real loving relationship with him, where you're his people, like his bride, is how you respond to his love by keeping his commandments and doing the right things and trusting him. Not being, like, mean to him and yelling at him. So that's what we see being done here. And so, continuing, where we at? Yeah, so, and Masha said, "In that Yahuwah gives you meat to eat in the Arab and in the Bakar bread to satisfaction. For Yahuwah hears your grumblings that you make against him, And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. And Masha said to Aharon, say to all the congregation of the children of Yasharal, come near before Yahuwah, for he has heard your grumblings. So like there, they should have taken that as an opportunity to reflect and realize and see that he don't like the grumblings, but they just took it like, well, he still gives us what we want out of it. So that's how they felt they had to do it. They thought that that's how they get what they want out of him, but he wanted them to be positive and loving. He's still gonna give it to them. He wanted them to come right, do it the right way. And it came to be as Aharon spoke to all the congregation of the children of Yasharal, that they looked toward the wilderness, and see, the esteem of Yahuwah appeared in the cloud. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, I have heard the grumblings of the children of Yasharal. Speak to them, saying, between the Arabim, the evenings, you are to eat meat, and in the Bakad you are to be satisfied with bread, and you shall know that I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. And it came to be that quails came up at the Arab and covered the camp, and in the Bakar of the rising the dew lay all around the camp, and the layer of dew went up, and see, on the surface of the wilderness was a small round substance, as fine as frost on the ground. And the children of Yasharal saw, and they said to each other, what is it? Manna. So we see this is the first time they're being introduced to manna, because later on in Numbers, we're going to see they complain about food again. It looks like it's the exact same account from the Numbers perception, but it says that they already mentioned that they knew what manna is. That they're like, all we have is this manna we've been eating forever. So they complain about food twice and not asking Yah. And it's on the surface, and the layer of dew went up, and see, on the surface of the wilderness was a small round substance, as fine as frost on the ground. And the children of Yasharal saw, and they said to each other, what is it? For they did not know what it was. And Masha said to them, it is the bread, the lakam, that Yahuwah has given you to eat. This is the word that Yahuwah has commanded. Let every Adam man gather it according to each one's need, and Umar for each being, according to the number of beings. Let every man take for those who are in his tent. And the children of Yasharal did so, and gathered some more, some less. And they measured it by Umarim. And he who had gathered much did not have too much, and he who gathered little did not have too little. Each one gathered according to his need. And Masha said, let no one leave any of it until Bakar the rising. And they did not listen to Masha. So some of them left part of it until Bakar the rising, and it bred worms and stank. And Masha was wroth with them. And of course, we know, like children, like this is an all new relationship, so it's understandable that they're not fully convinced, they're not fully sure. It's still like, okay, two times, okay, three times, okay, four times he's proven. So it's like, So they're kind of like testing the grounds, testing the mind, the waters, just like, really? Like, is it really that for real? They kind of like, nah, I don't believe it. Let me see. So they're gonna leave some until the rising and see if something happens with it. And they're like, yeah, bread, worms, and it stink. And Masha was wroth with them. And they gathered it every yom, every bakar, every rising, each one according to his need. And when the sun became hot, it melted. And it came to be on the sixth yom. So that right there is the third time that they complained that they disobeyed. They weren't listening. That one's not necessarily um, uh, an example of grumbling, but that was more of just being disobedient. Like they were given simple instruction not to leave any until the rising, and they still wanted to try it and see what happens. And so there's a dynamic of them murmuring and complaining, they're grumbling, but they're not obeying what he says to do. And then like the other ones we shall see is that they start to challenge the authority even after they've seen all these miracles. And then they start repeating these things, and they rinse and repeat. They wash their hands, rinse, rinse and repeat their shenanigans, their sins, their shortcomings. Complaining, it repeats again. Complaining, challenging the authority again, and and not listening to what he said, disobeying the command. All right, here we go. So when they gathered it, every bakad, each one according to his need, and when the sun became hot, and melted. So here's where it becomes the account of another command he's going to give them that they're going to bring. This is actually considered number 4, back to back, and this one's when he told them to pay attention not to uh, about the Sabbath, not to go out and collect any on the Sabbath because there won't be any. So for them to collect twice as much. There you go. And the desert is seen as they pay no attention to Masha concerning the storing of the manna until Bakar, the rising. Wait a minute. Oh, this was already the 5th one? So we're already about halfway there. That went by fast. Red Sea, Pharaoh, do that. Mara, the desert, they hungered. Oh, just complaining about food was number 3. 4 was when he said, uh, don't uh, don't leave it to the Bakar, and they left it anyways. That was already number 4. I like how they put those back to back. The other lists jump around to numbers, and all these were legit little different ones all in the same chapter. So I like that. Keep it all together. We just need 10 examples, and and then it jumps right into um, this not keeping the Sabbath the right way. So here we go. And it came to be. This is verse 22, same chapter, Shamut Exodus 22. 16, Shamut Exodus 16, verse 22. And I know the context is 10 times that they murmured and complained, but even disregarding his commands in a sense is like a murmuring and complaining type of rebellious attitude. So it counts. And it came to be on the 6th Yom that they gathered twice as much bread, 2 umarim for each one. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Masha, like, okay, we got the twice as much, now what? And he said to them, Masha said to them, this is what Yahuwah has said. Tomorrow is a rest, a Shabbat, Kudash to Yahuwah, dedicated to Yahuwah. That what you bake, bake, and that what you cook, cook, and lay up for yourselves all that is left over, to keep until Bakar for the 7th Yom for Shabbat. And they laid it up till Bakar, as Masha commanded him. And it did not stink, and no worm was in it. So that's cool. So it didn't have any worms this time, so it was meant to be. Because the other time, when they laid it up during the 6 days, and they laid it up to the next day, it had worms and it stank. So it kind of was like almost in a sense, it was in Yahuwah's purpose for them to do that and to go through the process of, testing them and him rebuking them, but just to show them that, hey, it breeds worms and it stinks. I'm gonna let you get away with that one, and then so that they can see on the Shabbat, it doesn't breed worms and stink. But also, the scripture says obedience is better than sacrifice, even at the expense of seeing what Yahuwah says if it plays out or not. Because there's things in our chai. There's a great object lesson for new situations in our chai where, like a boss tells you or some certain things tells you just don't touch that, do that, and we're like, and it might be in a gray area where it's like, it's not that big a deal, and we kind of think it'll be all right and kind of cut corners, and then later find out why it is that way, and we're like, oh, I'm glad I saw it so I can know not to do that now. And then yeah, you might never do it again ever, and everything's great from then on. But how nice is it to never have to make that mistake in the first place? Is it nice? Wouldn't it be nice to just have one of those on the record under the record belt? I've been one of those that have. I mean, most of us have. I'm sure we're all human, but I can for sure say I've definitely been one of those people that have at least made every possible mistake you can make at least once, to kind of see it play out, or I just get understanding from it. So I think that deserves its due moment, but it'd be nice to, like, if it's something you can't help but control, just do it out of trust, not do it. Not wonder why, just don't do it. Just listen. You don't have to see breed worms and stink or not breed worms and stink. You just trust, yeah, and that's all that matters. Obedience is better than offering or than sacrifice. than saying sorry. Obedience is better than saying sorry. But at the end of the Yom, Yahuwah desires to show compassion. This is part of his nature, so it's all cool. So there's a balance to it. So, and he said to them, "This is what Yahuwah has said. Tomorrow's a rest, Shabbat Kadash to Yahuwah. That way you bake, and that way you cook, and lay up for yourselves all that is left over to keep it until Bakat." And they laid it up till Bakat, the rising on the seventh Yom, as Masha commanded, and it did not stink, and no worm was in it. And Masha said, "Eat it this Yom, for this Yom is a Shabbat to Yahuwah. This Yom you do not find it in the field. Gather it 6 Yomim, but on the but on the seventh Yom, that is the Shabbat, there is none." Now they already saw that on the other days it bred worms and didn't, and that it bred worms and stank if they laid it over for the next day. But on the Sabbath it didn't breed worms and stink, and that should have been enough evidence, enough guard the witness, observe, guard, and love the witness for them to okay, this is real. Like it didn't even breed worms and stink on the Shabbat. So I'm gonna listen to the rest of the the context of all that, and that is don't go out and look for more because there won't be none. If you're seeing some bread that you laid up from the sixth yom to the seventh yom on Shabbat not breed worms and not stink like the other yomim did, I would trust the rest of the word not to go out and try to find some more on the Shabbat, because there won't be none. But, they're still like children. They're still learning the hard way. They're still a little hard headed. So, and it came to be that some of the people went out anyways on the seventh Yom to gather, but they found none. And Yahuwah said to Masha, "How long shall you refuse to guard my commands and my Torot?" My plural for Torah. Now, you would think in a natural human logical way, our human logic is like, well, what's the big deal? There wasn't any anyways to find. That's probably what made them check it out. They're like, well, he just said don't go out and look for any because there won't be none. Well, let's just go out and see if there is any or not. The manna did not have worms and stink. But it's like they're not understanding the concept that he wants the obedience. So when he says don't go out and look for it, there won't be none. They can't help it. It's like, oh well, if there won't be none, let me just go out and see that there's none. Like yeah, I'm gonna go out and try to find some, but I want to see that your word is true, that there won't be none, like you said. But at the end of the day, it's at the expense of breaking His commandments, and sometimes we do this still. So this is part of my own reflection that I'm doing, for Yom HaCaparym, because this is stuff that I'm dealing with now that I go through a lot, like little fine line things that He's like, don't go that way, because if you go that way, it's gonna change the outcome, and you're not supposed to go that way, because then it's just listen to me. And I'm like, no, because sometimes it's like the logical way to go that way, but who was like, don't go that way, trust me. And I'm like, what? Why? And then I go, and then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, what are you doing here? Or like, or not even things like that. It's just, I'm just keep trying to get a parabolic reference to like it doesn't go well. It's like, I should have trusted you. I went the other way. Sometimes they direct me the other way, but I feel like I lost some measure of baraka had I just listened the first time and gone to like, oh yeah, you want to go that way, da da da. I'm like, man, that's where I was going the first time. Should have listened to ya. And I go and everything's still kind of cool, but it's a little stale. Like had I done it the first time, I'd have been like better maybe. Some things would turn out better. So it was a great reflection on these 10 times that Yashar murmured and complained and disobeyed. I'm gonna say it that way. So they found none, and Yahuwah said to Masha, "How long shall you refuse to guard my commands and my Torah?" And I'm sure they're like, "What? I mean, it wasn't a big deal. We didn't do nothing that bad. We just went out to look. We didn't even touch it. There was nothing there." But I know. But I said, "Do not go out. There won't be none." That means do not go out. I didn't want y'all going out. Was the key word there. This is what Yahuwah has said. Tomorrow is a rest, a Shabbat Kadash to Yahuwah. That way you bake, and that way you cook. Lay it for yourselves all as left over. Keep it till Baka, the rising. And it didn't breed. Okay, Mash said, eat it this Yom, for this Yom is a Shabbat to Yahuwah. This Yom you do not find it in the field. Gather it 6 Yomim, but on the seventh Yom, that is Shabbat, there is none. Okay, it says you Do not go out. What does he say? Do not go out. Yeah. And they laid out to Mash commanded did not stink. No one was in it. And Mash said, eat this yom, for this yom is Shabbat Yahuwah. This yom you do not find it in the field. So I think when he said that, he's like, he was saying, don't even go out and look for it, because this yom you do not find in the field. Gather 6 yomim, but on the seventh yom, that is a Shabbat, there is none. So he's saying, you don't find the field, there is none. Don't even go out, just rest. As the main thing, because that's like working just to go out. And it came to be that some of the people went out on the seventh yom and they to gather, but they found none. And Yahuwah said to Masha, how long shall you refuse to guard my commandments and my Torot? See, because Yahuwah has given you the Shabbat, therefore he has given you bread for 2 Yomim on the 6th Yom. Let each one stay in his place, right? So right here he's saying let each one stay. So that now he's reiterating and affirming the command on the Shabbat. Let each one stay in his place. Do not let anyone go out of his place on the seventh Yom. So the people rested on the seventh Yom. So in other words, he made sure they rested on the seventh Yom and didn't go out. So there's a lot of people that will try to say that we shouldn't be coming out of our house on the Shabbat, because in the original, on this reckoning of the command, when it was first given, it says, let each one stay in his place and do not let anyone go out of his place on the seventh Yom. But then you hear, like in the account of Yahusha, that they were walking through the fields and they were going to the synagogues, and in the book of Acts, they were at, the women at the water. I mean, they're just constantly walking around, chilling on the Sabbath, going out and about, you know. So what we see in the context, he's some of it is only referring to those people at those certain times. This was specifically for them at that time because they kept going out. There's nothing wrong with going out, but it's because they were too tempted to. They didn't know what else to do but to work. They just wanted to be busy, so they were. It was too easy for them to just go out and then just try to find work to do, like to gather sticks, start chopping, start gathering manna. So he's like, you know what? I'm gonna make this simple, so you don't have that struggle. Just stay in your tents. Do not even go out on the Sabbath day. That was just specifically for them at that time, because they're still learning it. So the people rested on the seventh Yom, and the house of Yasharal called its name Mana, which or what means that is it. And it was like white coriander seed, and the taste of it was like thin cakes made with honey. And Masha said, this is the word that Yahuwah has commanded. Fill Numar with it to keep for your generations, so that they see the lacham, the bread, with where I fed you in the wilderness, with what I fed you in the wilderness when I brought you out of the land of Matzraim. All right, cool. So then they gather, and you know how the rest of the story goes. Nonetheless, we see right there, Yahuwah putting ethics on them to make sure they keep the Sabbath by telling them not to go out. So sometimes Yahuwah does that with us. These are great things to glean when Yahuwah instructs us not to do certain things. Sometimes, he's got to put some extra ethics on us to make sure that it's fulfilled. He has to like reiterate it, speak it, give it a sign, give us an extra, you know, something to enforce it. Like we're here to Masha to tell them not to go out at all on the Sabbath. And so that would reflect on our Yomim. Like, for example, I have times where I'll tell you a few things that have been happening with my phone. For example, just my phone alone. I started finally getting my number around to people and starting to chit chat here and there, like texting. You know, boys, girls, men, males, females, whatever. But yeah, it's just started getting into a little bit too much of a where I was chit chatting, like, "What are you doing? How's your day?" Like, a lot of small talk with like handful of people, and it wasn't necessarily taking me from what I was supposed to be doing. But I just know that it was kind of distracting. Like it was shifting my focus, shifting my paradigm, shifting my reality away from like a Yas centric reality. And not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I think we all have different positions. I don't think that's just the position Yah has for me. That's all. Some of us are operating like kahanim, like ministers to Yah, because we enjoy to stay focused on Him. Our focus on Him is like a fragrant offering, always ascending. So it's like He's always walking in a room where it smells nice, aromatic offering, like aromatherapy, like candles and aroma and all that, kind of stuff going on when he's walking. We're part of the spices. We're part of that, fragrance. You know what I'm saying? When we're always like meditating on Yah, our mind's always on Yah. Then he can. He's like, he's like relaxing and he's taking it in. It gives him chills, gives him goosebumps, like a little massage. It's like warmth, in his belly. It's like a full night's sleep when you're cutting. He gets all those feelings from what we feel, how we're meditating, how we're focused and positive. He's just like in that intimacy with us. And I feel him right now, like he honed in closer, like yeah, because I was feeling all that, and I felt his presence come down. But yeah, it's funny. But yeah, it's like that. And so when we do that, a lot of when we have like X amount of time, is like majority of our time, our mind, and everything, our love, our emotion, is occupied just with Him. Like we're giving it fully to Him. Oh, He's like, I'm plucking that. I'm keeping that. I'm taking that for me. So then it's like he gets. That's where I think he gets like jealous more, like where he really kind of like has you as his now, like reserves you. So then like if any kind of outer forces things start to come and he ain't feeling it, like started giving it to having too many friends, multiple friends for a little bit, numerous friends, starting chit chat here and there. All of a sudden, my phone miraculously just like stopped working. It just said, you know, it's an Obama phone, but it just randomly, I just got it. It hasn't even been a month yet. It hasn't been a month yet. And it was just said a network connection unavailable, completely gone. Just calls were done. And so I had to get the text now app. And ironically, some of it was chit chat. Some of it was I was waiting for work replies for jobs I had just done a case with something to try to see if I can win some funds from like a case things like that. I'm just like trying to get resources. I'm waiting for like government funding for just to get help on my feet and all this kind of stuff. And my phone gets cut off, and my mind was occupied and all that, plus the chit chats, plus the work and the entrepreneurial stuff and all these opportunities and all this kind of stuff. And I remember what they say, a social construct. It's like nothing wrong with it, but just like that's I already gave some like I'm already somewhere else with Yah now, So like for me, here's the thing with Yah too. He's not gonna take us away from that if we're gonna whine and complain about it. Murmur and complain is a great example. You know, like if he knew I would murmur and complain about it, he would probably like wrestle with me about it, like kind of like we'd have this little moment about it. But if I was still like tripping on it, like why's my phone working? Because like when I was like, why's my phone working? He'll tell me the rock's like, oh yeah, I kind of cut that off. Like I don't want you on there like that. No said. Yes sir. Praise yeah. I'm on. I don't say nothing. As soon as I get that inclination that it's him and he just cut me off, I'm like the wife, the bride. Like okay, yes honey. What I'm saying? Like you got it. Like I ain't gonna ask questions. I ain't gonna. But why? I'm gonna trust him. Because I know he's already got everything figured out for me, planned out, like how he's gonna do it. So I don't need to trip on that. If he tells me that's him, and I get why, like he tells me I mean, just kind of he don't want me getting too involved. Like he wants my time. I give you a parable, like so it can make sense. Because this is real. This is eternal spectrum things. We get focused on us, and that from a world paradigm that's okay, But like when you start to know him, and then people sometimes tend to try to use him as a genie after that. He don't like that. He'll still roll with you and show you love and sometimes people tend to be like not you but generalizing people tend to be like the murmuring complaining Israelites in their lab, like why is this happening? I did all these right things. Where's my BLESS ing my BSing like like your word says, like, but they just want the favor. They want him as a genie, like versus like I don't know, the intimacy's lacking though, and it's not really about what he's trying to give you. And here's one parable I can give you, one little um, example of what I'm really trying to get at. So let me give you a little story, a little parable. It's a quick one. There's a man, and he has a really strong relationship with Yah. He has a really nice career too. He makes a lot of provision. He's prosperous. He's very prosperous. He works overtime. He gets all kinds of hours, all kinds of little perks and stuff. And he's moved up and he loves Yah and he praises him. He thanks him. He's so thankful and everything's going great. He's so Baruch and he's got everything he could want. He's got the car of his dreams, the girl, the woman of his dreams, the house of his dreams, the vacations he wants. He's just great. And so in his kind of like his no, what do you call it? Like he's not thinking what he's saying, and his being up, and his casualness, and like man, and his excitement, you know. He's like, you know what? He's like, oh man, like all this is great, but honestly, the only thing I'd ever want more than this is just more time with you, yeah. If I can just get more time with you, that'd be the greatest thing because you favor me so much, you baruch me so much. Like, man, none of this matters to me like you. Like this, I don't even care about this like that. Like none of it measures up to you. Like I love you more than all this. You know that. If I could just get some more time with you, that'd be great. You gotta be careful what you say. So then all of a sudden, as the weeks start to go by, next thing you know, some of those shifts and those things happen with his company and mergers and whatnot and all this like things just start going on. Next thing you know, they're cutting his hours, and he's getting demoted and moved around. He's like, "What the?" Over the months, and he's like, "What's going on?" Like in 2 months, 2 3 months time, all this happened. He's like, "Yeah." Like he starts to get all worried and murmuring, complaining. He has to like downsize. Like he has to like give up his nice fancy car and get a cheaper car. And then the entire time he's like, yeah, what's going on? Like, what did I do wrong? Like, I can't help but like, why am I losing all this baraka and all this favor and all this my car? That was my favorite dream car. My this, like, what did I do? What did I do wrong? And he's like, I thought you said you wanted to spend more time with me. That's it. you know, like Yahuwah put all that shifting in his path to downsize him, put him in a position where he has less responsibility, doesn't require as much attention to detail in his job, cut his hours so that he can have more time with him. So now he's got more time with him, has less focus, less responsibility for his job. And so Yahuwah's like, yeah, man, me and you're going to hang out like buddies now in the Ruach. Like, you got more time to meditate in the Word with me, spend time with me. I can show you some cosmic things. And this dude's freaking out about all his materialistic stuff and, having to give up his carve his dreams and downsize this and change that, whatever he had to do. He can't go scuba diving no more. Can't He had a jet ski thing or whatever, little all this extra stuff they had going on, little events. He can't do none of that no more. And he was like, so I thought you wanted more time with me. And the dude's like, but my car. He was like, what about your car? I care less about your car. You want more time with me or not? You know? Hard pill to swallow. Who care less about your dreams, your goals, your vanities? Like in the context of, oh, be careful. That's to say, be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. I can care less about this stuff. All I want is you, and nothing would please me more, excite me more than just to, spend more time with you. I can care less about this stuff. None of this measures up to you. And he's feeling that. You're getting all in you're caught in the moment. You're getting all this emotion, excitement stirred up. So he's like, all right, you can. Either part of it was genuine, but then when he starts doing it, you start freaking out and then but he'll let you see yourself and he'll let you decide what you want to do. And that's what happens a lot of times too is Yahuwah's trying to shift us in positions so we can have more time with him, more like nothing going on, so we can just focus on and just abide in him, meditate with him, rest in him, get in the word a little bit, or just stay meditating with him and thinking on Him, peace, love, and joy, putting it out, from connecting with Him, loosening the atmosphere and the, wherever you're at, and we start to trip out and murmur and complain about it, like we start to worry and get scared, and we're putting that fear and worry and scared energy out, and people are starting to feel anxiety and stress and fearful and like like not sure about the future kind of vibes. You don't want to do that. And so Yahuwah's like, you know what? Just keep your stuff. Be careful what you say next time. You know what I mean? That's how Yahuwah operates. I'm telling you from experience. But nonetheless, I can tell you the truth. I can be honest and say every time I meant when I said those things, and those are one of those things I pass with like, like with A+, like all the way. Like I'm sold out. Like when I said it, I meant it, and he took everything away, and I'm like, yeah, where we going now? And he's like, come on, I got you. So I hardly very so. I walked out of jobs a couple times just because his voice, like I'm like working somewhere for a minute. Dude's over here like messing up my work, bullying me, giving me a hard time. I'm like, man, why am I even here? Like, and I just feel that mundane cycle, like you just part of the cycle and just wasting your high doing it, and just part of that cycle. The mouse on, we're like, go to work, get checked, go home, pay your bills, sleep, poop, eat, do it all over again, rinse and recycle. And it's like, man, and like I'm not living for you. I'm not doing nothing for you. I wouldn't have learned all this stuff had I not done that. But one day he's like, you really wanna follow me, huh? You really wanna know me? Because I was like, man, I'm ready to just like live for you. Like I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I have no problem. Like if I have to give everything up, I feel like I'm not where I'm supposed to be close to you. I know that means I have to do something different, but I don't know what. One day I just felt this presence was like, walk out of there right now, and I did. Told my I'm leaving. Something happened. It wasn't just like walk out like in the middle, like there was like issues and it was almost like it was pushing me. It was that moment where it's like kind of put me in a nice area where like now would be the opportune time to be like, you know what, I'm out of here because they're just tripping on me and I was talking about the word a lot already. So then I was like, yeah. So just that was the time. Otherwise, it's like you're kissing their butt, like the enemy, like, but I want to work here. Fine, I'll do how you say. Like I wasn't messing up or nothing, just certain things like it's always something different. I can't explain how these things go. It's like psychological little games. They flip flop Agent Smith, switch, try to catch you, getting caught in the. They try to get in reaction at you. You get just stirred up like they just try to get you stirred up, and I'm just like, you know what? I gotta go. I ain't playing this game. All right, but anyways, continuing. All that to say that yeah, what we're just reading right now. Um, Yahuwah will put us in positions to see what's really in our life, to see if we really want Him or not. And so you gotta be careful what you ask for. And I got that from, yeah, just from this. So we're talking about how they were told to stay in the tent, do not come out on the Shabbat Yom. That was specifically for them. Um, but for us, obviously, we have that freedom of range. So let's continue. Now we're gonna go to Shamut, Exodus chapter 17, and this is gonna be where they were at Raphadim, and they complained for Ma'im, for water. And all the congregation of the children of Yasharal departed on their journey from the wilderness of Sin, according to the command of Yahuwah, and camped at Raphadim. Oh yeah, earlier that was right because we talked about obedience is better than offering sacrifice. And there was no ma'im for the people to drink. Therefore the people strove with Masha and said, "Give us Ma'im to drink." And Masha said to them, "Why do you strive with me? Why do you try Yahuwah?" So now they're complaining, murmuring, and complaining again. It says, therefore, it says, they got to Raphadim, and there was no Ma'im for the people to drink. And what happened last time? Didn't we already have an issue with Ma'im? But last time it was what? Bitter Ma'im, right? And he made it fresh. So Yahuwah's like, I'm going to test you with Ma'im again. This time it won't be exactly like the first test because that might be too easy to trust. Oh, hey, do the thing like last time with the tree and make it sweet. This time there won't be no Ma'im. Let's see what you do with that. And there was no Ma'im for the people to drink. Instead of asking, therefore the people strove with Masha and said, "Give us water to drink." They strove with him, murmured and complained. And Masha said to them, "Why do you strive with me?" He's like, "Man, you're going about this all wrong. Like, why don't y'all cry to Yahuwah with trust? Believe that he can do it. Why do you try Yahuwah?" And the people thirsted there for Ma'im. And the people grumbled against Masha and said, "Why did you bring us out?" There they go again with the same old thing. "Why did you bring us out of Masaim to kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst?" Then Masha cried out to Yahuwah, saying, "What am I to do with this people? Yet a little, and they shall stone me." And Yahuwah said to Masha, "Pass over before the people, and take with you some of the elders of Yasharal, and take in your hand your rod with where you struck the river, and go. See, I am standing before you there on the rock in Horab, and you shall smite the rock, and the Ma'im shall come out of it, and the people shall drink." And Masha did so before the eyes of the elders of Yasharal. So the striking of the rock is supposed to symbolize how Yahusha, he's our rock, he's our foundation, our chief cornerstone. Yet he was struck, but when he was struck, it brought out everlasting Chai, brought out the Ma'im of eternity that we now drink of, that fills us up with the Ma'im of everlasting Chai, even unto Shamayim of eternity. And Masha did so for the eyes of the elders of Yasharal, and he called the name of the place Massa and Mariba, because of the strife of the children of Yasharal, and because they tried Yahuwah, saying, "Is Yahuwah in our midst or not?" And Amalek came and fought with Yasharal in Raphadim.
Are you being real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
Real quick. Get back.
Yeah. And he called the name of the place Massa and Mariba, because of the strife of the children of Yasharal, and because they tried Yahuwah, saying, "Is Yahuwah in our midst or not?" Is Yahuwah in our midst or not? And Amalek came and fought with Yasharal in Raphidim. Alright, so again, he called the name of the place Massa Mariba because of the strife of the children of Yasharal, because he tried Yahuwah, saying, they were saying, "Is Yahuwah in our midst or not?" Instead of doing that, they didn't trust that he was. He's always with us. And Amalek came and fought with Yasharal in Raphadim. Alright. Yeah, we're not going to go into that battle, but we're going to go on now to Shamut. So we're now in the seventh time. Exodus Shamut 32. On Mount Sinai, as Aharon led the people into making the golden calf. Alright, so that's going to be number 7. And that's going to be in Shamut, Exodus 32, 1 through 35. Shamut 32. Yeah, so earlier I was talking about obedience is better than offering. And then I was talking about, because I had another thought, but I don't want to ruin the read. But how I gotta go back and watch the video. I don't remember. That's when I get those little things stuck in my mind. I'm trying to say that I hold on, put to the side, and forget. But something about yeah. Sometimes just Yahuwah's calling us to certain positions, and we don't understand that, or we don't see it. Maybe we do like at a. He does it very soft, very gently, subconscious, and we tend to. He lets us go ahead and act like when he hear it, but we basically act like when he hear it. Because I've been close to this moment, like, no, you know that I heard, and I'm starting to act like, no, I'm not. I already heard. I'm gonna reply. I'm gonna like, yeah, let's do it. You know, it's like when someone like, um, maybe you're already leaving the work, you know, the work site, and they're looking for people to stay overtime, and then you're like the boss, like say your name, like where's so and so, like talking to someone, because they're thinking about asking you to stay, and you don't know. I mean, like specifically, you don't. He didn't literally say, "Hey, you so and so, you want to stay?" or "Hey, we're so and so, so you can stay." You just heard, "We're so and so," and you know that they're possibly looking to ask you, so you like jet out of there. You act like you didn't hear it, and then you just like make your way out, like and clock out, or the bus maybe it does get to you, and like, "Oh, sorry, you clocked out." But that's basically a parabolic picture of how sometimes Yahuwah is with us. Like he ain't literally like not knowing where you are, but he'll give you that kind of sense. Like he'll kind of utter a word, about something, but it comes off kind of like, "Where's so and so? Like, where you at?" Like, you know. But then you might be like, "Oh, sorry, I'm busy with this. I didn't hear that. Because we don't want to have to stop what we're doing, or go like take the time to get ready to go where he's telling us to go." So that's his way of being kind. You're basically parabolically hearing Yahuwah like, "Where's so and so?" Just to see if you're like, "Here I am," right? Because ain't that the way he called the Nabi? He was like, "Shamuel, Shamuel, here I am. Shamuel, Shamuel, here I am," right? But now he's more compassionate. He's no more like, we live in a more meek, sensitive, gentler age. So he rolls with it. He kind of goes with all that paradigm. So he's like, "We're so and so." Like, yeah, maybe we can do this. And you're like, "Nope, I didn't have that thought. I was thinking about SpongeBob SquarePants, or I was gonna make a cake. I don't know. I'm just, you know, be like real quickly we'll run to some other thought that, oh, I'm already busy with this, and it might be that might be what he wants us to do." But all that to say, like earlier, I was talking about like, yeah, we're on different positions. I think was the main original theme of that. And so some of us were called to kind of give up things, or really he expects us to really listen to those, you know, and not wonder why, but why, and but why not? What happens if I, just do it? All right. So continuing, all this is reflection talk, being obedient to Yahuwah, talking to myself. All right. So Shamut Exodus chapter 7 verse 32. And when the people saw that Masha was so long in coming down from the mountain, I remember we went up there 40 days, right? Let's see, let me go. I'll just read from here. The people gathered together to Haron and said to him, "Arise, make us mighty ones who go before us, for this Masha, the man who brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we do not know what has become of him." And Aharon said to them, "Take off the golden earrings that are in the ears of your wives, your Ashim, your Banim, and your Batim, your daughters, your and bring them to me." And all the people took off the golden earrings that were in the ears and brought them to Aharon. And he took from their hand and he formed it with an engraving tool and made a molded calf. And they said, "This is your mighty one, O Yasharal, that brought you out of the land of Matzraim." And Aharon saw and built an altar before, and Aharon saw and built the slaughter table. Yeah, this was technically an altar he put on top before it. And Aharon called out and said, "Tomorrow is a festival to Yahuwah." And they rose early on the next Yom and offered burnt offerings, okay, slaughter table, and brought shalom offerings. And the people sat down to eat and drink, and they rose up to play. Eat and drink, talking about being gluttonous, just to the full, drinking alcohol, rose up to play, meaning they're doing all kinds of shenanigans they weren't supposed to be doing. And Yahuwah said to Masha, "Go down, go get down, for your people, whom you brought out of the land of Matzahim, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly." What's funny there is how Yahuwah is so upset with them, he puts it on Masha and says, for your people, whom you brought out of the land of Matzahim, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way that I commanded them. They have made themselves a molded calf, and have bowed themselves to it, and slaughtered to it, and said, "This is your mighty one, O Yasharal, who brought you out of the land of Matzraim." And Yahuwah said to Masha, "I have seen the people, and see, it is a stiff-necked people, a stubborn people. And now let me alone, that my wrath might burn against him, and I consume them, and I make of you a great nation." But Masha pleaded with Yahuwah and his Elohim, and said, "Yahuwah, why does your wrath burn against your people?" So Yahuwah was like, "Masha, your people." And now Masha's throwing it back at him sarcastically. "Why does your wrath burn against, your people, whom you have brought out of the land of Matzahim? They're not my people, they're your people, with great power and with a strong hand. Why should the Matzrim speak and say, for evil has brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the Arats? Turn from the heat of your wrath and relent from this evil to your people." Yeah, so why should the Matzrim speak and say, for evil has brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the Arats? Turn from the heat of your wrath and relent from this evil to your people. Remember Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yasharal, your servants, to whom you swore by yourself, and said to them, "I increase your seed like the kukabim of the Shamaim, and all this land that I have spoken of I give to your seed, and they shall inherit it forever." And Yahuwah relented from the evil that he said he would do to his people. And Masha turned and went down from the mountain, and in his hand were the two tablets of the witness, tablets written on both their sides, written on the one and on the other. And the tablets were the work of Elohim, and the writing with the writing of Elohim engraved on the sapphire stone tablets. All right. So here we got an interesting going on. Interesting thing going on. Um, we hear that they make a golden calf, and what we're also seeing from it is that it's a thing about patience on this one. It's like Masha goes up 40 days, 40 Yomim. And a lot of us, some of us like to real quickly kind of like throw them under the bus and be like, "Man, they couldn't just wait 40 days." I remember when I first read that, being young and just a kid, I used to think, if I was there, I would have waited. Like we all have that thing, right? Or we want to, we feel like we'd be better than them, and but 40 days is a long time, you know. Like there's things that we're waiting to hear back from, like Yahoo after this. Lately, part of my thing has also been patience. Is like putting me in positions where I'm waiting on callbacks for things, for jobs, for like everything I mentioned before, this case and that and whatnot. And it's barely been, from the time I started doing these things, like let's say it's only been like a couple weeks, maybe three now, but it hasn't even been a month yet, much less 40 days. And I'm not freaking out, but it is a test, it is trial, it is testing. You do have those like moments, and so you can only imagine, like, because of my position, you know, kind of been forced to wait, you know, and because it's like I did all I could do for my part, and I have to wait. I have to wait, but if I could, I would do other things to try to speed it up if there was a way. But I can't. They had other things, other options to try to just do whatever it is they were wanting to do to continue their program, and that was to make an idol. They went look for another job when instead of waiting for this job to get back at them. Oh, you're hired. Just give us a little bit to get everything squared away. Wait for Yahuwah to come down with the commandments. There's a contract. You're the one. They're like, you know what? We're just gonna go rock with this golden calf thing and just do something else over here. You know, when while they're waiting to wait the 40. And yeah, it's a tough time to wait. It's all new. It's all different. It was testing them on different things, patience and listening and trusting. And yeah, that's right. What I was saying earlier too, like, like my phone, like some things he kind of imposes on you a little bit now when you get to a certain level. Some things he just had like, but he wants to make sure like he does it only when he knows that you're not gonna grumble, complain because you're expected to know what this is. And for me, that's basically where I'm at now. It's like, you know, it's like you told Yasharlim, you kind of forced him like tell him to stay in the tent, on the Shabbat. Don't let anyone out because just to keep them from breaking it, like as far as like gathering sticks and looking for manna and whatnot. And so that was like what you had to do. And so for me, it was like my phone was just like network service unavailable, and I'm like, oh man, and I wanted to trip out, like, but anytime you're tripping out, you already know you're messing up. Like basically, what I found is that there's nothing in the paradigm and the timeline of walking with Yah that should make you trip out. Everything is smooth sailing, easy peasy. Even when it's not. Like what I'm saying is, even when it seems a certain way, like you have to know that his walk was intended to just finesse through it, like trust in it, like to chill through it, like it was intended to rock it out, walk it out in peace, to trust him. And so Yahusha stayed calm, collected, trusting Yahuwah. I mean, yeah, sure. The night before his execution, I mean, he was expected. It's only expected that he would feel some type of way about it. That's a lot of weight, and he was sweating blood. I mean, some say it was like manifesting just the weight, like he was actually literally feeling the weight of our sins, like in him, like he was carrying all the pain, all the shame, all the guilt, all the condemnation of our sins at that moment. Since the night before, and it was like the pressure was so much, it was pushing blood out of him, out of his head. That's crazy. And so of course he's gonna feel some type of way. That's tough. Yeah, I don't even know if it was about facing the death. I mean, yeah, I was facing death for sure. Like you said, this cup passed from me. But I think it was even like feeling all that. I think he was seeing it. I hate to go off on my tangents. I know he has been trusting me lately to not, because this is a certain teaching. Maybe I'll do another video where I'm just rambling. I'm just going to get back on this so I can do a straight teaching, stick with the program. But yeah, there you go, Brian. Back to where I was at. Yeah, I said like a few things have happened on my phone. So like, yeah, I got that network, no network connection, and I just took it. Like I was like, all right, cool, because that's what. Now, had I complained about it, he would have probably maybe done something like allowed to work, like when I just swapped the Sims or whatever, murmur and complain, or maybe I would have just out of my way went and really found a way to get another one. Like I went to get another one, there were no one out there who had phones, free phone spot, but he let me know, Sim. But nonetheless, um, like if you keep murmuring and complaining, he just kind of like he doesn't roll with you, and like that's supposed to take you to a certain path, like that he has for you for that. But he needs you to operate right in the little things like that. So if I would have tripped out, I wouldn't have realized maybe I'm already missed. Like there's something part in the path in the future that I'm not gonna get to be a part of because I was tripping on a phone. And it's like murmuring, complaining to him. It's like throwing a fit to your parent. You know, kids throw a fit to you. I'm not about to deal with who shit. My phone's not working. It's not working. Praise, yeah. You know, and that happened. And then my charger was the other thing. It stopped working. Like, I found like, and it was for a reason. It was like miraculously happening. I was gonna mention before, a few days back, like a week ago, my phone started messing up when I would charge it, but it was only during times when I was like getting stuck on the vanities of Facebook, like scrolling through, looking at the memes and or maybe looking through YouTube and looking at just kind of getting stuck a little bit more and like wasting time. Not wasting time, just not the most satisfying things. I kind of like not the focus, not on and he'll call me out. He's like, because we're working together. He needs my energy. He needs me to focus on him to provide the energy because it's a team effort. We're working together. He uses my monah, my trust, my love, my focus on him, my attention on him. Like I talk about, we can manipulate reality, put your energy on something else, and it'll heighten that. It'll strengthen that that manifestation, that dynamic on this world. Like if you're stressed out, putting stressed energy, also you start to see more stressed out people. You're feeling violent, it starts to manifest more violent people. You're empowering them. You're sharing that energy. You're like loosening out. You're sharing it with people. You're putting out, hey, who wants some of this negativity? Who wants some of this violence? Who wants some? So when I'm putting out love, peace, love, and joy according to the word, people are picking it up. Righteousness, obedience, meekness, like love, yeah, like trust, yeah, he got you. Seek his face, chill and trust. People start to pick up on that, and part of it too is like focusing on Yah, and then so he comes more hachar with me and can manifest through my reality and move things around and do things. I can't explain it, but if I'm murmuring and complaining nonetheless, and I'm getting all negative, bent out of shape with these little things, it's like it breaks that connection, and now he can't do what he was gonna do. Like what was gonna happen won't happen because my negativity. That's how it works. So in a way, it is kind of like that. Oh, just stay positive. But it's even more empowering to know why. And it's not just staying positive, but it's more about stay trusting Yah. Because we can be positive, but only if it's for like our own gain. Like, oh, I'm staying positive because I want this to work out. Because this, so I can get my goals and my dreams come true. Then that's a little superficial. It can be it's like counterfeit version of that. But then we want to say, oh well, thank you, God for BSing me, and then that's a different spirit altogether. It's the worldly. You're only looking at it from the temporal, paradigm, temporary. This guy now, and it's nothing compared when you see from the eternal, projection from the eternal position. So the context you want to see things from is from eternity. And so it's like you want to look at like Yah's allowing things and doing things and just trusting him because he's trying to take you to a certain path or it's just to see what you do and mold you and because he's got another plan. He doesn't want you because he needs to have that focus so he can empower something for plans for you for his namesake. So that's different and that's what we do. So my phone stopped working and calls charger wasn't charging at all when I was on shenanigans. It would just stop charging when he made a point to like let it not charge at all for like an entire day, and then it finally just started working when I was like, yeah, like I just want to get on so I can search up your word, search up something, and then that's when it started working. Then I got back on and I started searching some more ruacal things and then as soon as I would go on the shenanigans, like it's stuck, like I see something. Not that I go intentionally, but something will catch my eye, and I like look and take interest in it. My phone be like like the little charging thing will come right off, like not charging, like what? And then I exit right out of that thing, and I'll some like my phone's charging again, and it happened every time, you know. So I thought that was pretty cool. So he's like literally uh, Taylor, like he's involved physically with my phone and my stuff, but I'm like, because I'm not gonna murmur and complain when like he's showing me in the little things like I don't even want you looking at that, like so it's pretty cool. So he's sort of like is keeping me on the straight and narrow too, but because I want it bad, I wanted to. So praise yeah. So nonetheless, we're going to continue the read, and yes, that's all I wanted to say about that. Give examples about that. Um, when you're on that narrow, he's a little more strict, but you're expected to comply and like not throw fit about it. Like no, it's him because he needs you to stay focused. Simple as that. Because you watch, y'all can probably go around. I won't go there. But you want to discipline yourself that way too, though. All right, trying to scroll through. We're at number. Still continuing. Golden calf. Shamut Exodus 32, verse 17. And Yahushua ban of Nun heard the noise of the people as they shouted, and he said to Masha, a noise of battle in the camp. So Yahushua said to Masha, a noise of battle in the camp. So again, we were talking about patience, right, earlier. Waiting for things, 40 days is it's like a thing of patience, just waiting on Yah to, say, well, if plan A don't work, I go plan B. Look at Yah, like if he told you something, there's only plan A, there's no plan B. But he said, it is not the sound of those who shout of might, nor is it the sound of those who cry out in weakness, but the sound of singing that I hear. And it came to be as soon as he came near the camp that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Masha's displeasure burned, and he threw the tablets out of his hands and broke them at the foot of the mountain. Man, so those tablets of stone symbolize a marriage covenant, and they weren't even married yet, and it was like calling off the wedding. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. They got divorced before they even got married. So he experienced every kind of thing we could imagine. Yahusha was born in a feeding trough, manger, I don't know, feeding trough, an animal in a barn, like around animals and the feces and all that. It's kind of like rough. So he experienced the lows of the lows, and here's experiencing that type of relationship with like a husband or a fiance man is engaged to a woman, and he catches her you know, sleeping around, like already messing around with some other bull. You know what I mean? So she's out there with some other bull, giving him all her energy, all her reverence, and like, yeah, she's with him. And so he's like, I'm calling this wedding off. I'm not doing this. Takes off his ring, rips up the marriage contract, and he took the calf that they had made and burned it in the fire, and he beat the other dude's butt. He said, "You know what? Nah, ain't nobody taking my woman." And Masha's pleasure burned, and he threw the tablets out of his hand and broke them at the foot of the mountain. And he took the calf that they had made and burned it in the fire and ground it into powder and scattered it on the face of the Ma'im and made the children of Yasharal drink it. So he ground the gold into powder, into dust, and put in the water and made them drink it. Because you know what that's like saying? It's like saying, you know what? I took your bitterness and I made it sweet. I'm trying to make you sweet. But then you do this, you know what? I should have never. It's like going back on the marriage contract a little bit, like kind of showing you, like, you know what? I should have never given you that sweet water. I should never given you eternal covenant through the tree, through the stake, through the top, Yahusha that makes you sweet, that cleanses you and heals you. I shouldn't have done that. I should let you drink that bitter water. You know what? Go ahead and drink this bitter water right here. Let me sprinkle some gold up in there, some gold dust. You like you like your gold calf so much? You can drink that right there. You can drink them all up. There you go, lick your shoes. You know what I'm saying? Drink that water up. Kind of thing. That's kind of how you always be. It's like that's how you have to see the scriptures when you read it. Kind of make it make sense, like how our day and culture is. Like how we go through drama, go through things, relationships. You gotta see through like the lens of drama and relationships. Like Yahuwah's not just Elohim, but he's an entity with the emotion and he feels things and we're a projection and we're a manifestation of his imagination. So how we manifest things like that, it's like how he is. It's kind of like different dynamics of what can go on in his world, how we can play things out in his image. So that's what he did. He made Masha threw the tablet stone on. He threw him down. He got down. He broke at the foot of the covenant, ripped up the marriage contract, took the golden calf that they had made and burned it in the fire. They got into a fight, tore him up, and ground into powder and scattered in the face of the Ma'im and made the children of Yasharal drink it. And Masha said to Aharon, what did this people do to you that you have brought so great a sin upon them? And Aharon said, do not let the displeasure of my master, my Adon, burn. You know the people, for evil is in them. And they said to me, make us Sorry, verse 20. And they said to me, make us mighty ones who go before us. For this Masha, the man who brought us out of the land of Matzaim, we do not know what has become of him. And I said to them, whoever has gold, let them take it off. And they gave it to me, and I threw it into the fire, and this calf came out. So now we're catching him lying. This dude over here said, man, I just threw the gold in the fire and then this calf jumped out. That's how the translator would read it. The calf just popped out, just jumped out on its own. And Masha saw the people were let loose, getting wild, getting, wild. For Aharon had let them loose to their shame among their enemies. So that's how we know, to their shame, you know, to their enemies. And Masha stood in the entrance of the camp and said, who is for Yahuwah to me? And all the Banim of Lui gathered themselves to him. And he said to them, thus said Yahuwah, Elohim of Yasharal, each one put his sword on his side, pass over to and fro from gate to gate in the camp, and each one slay his brother, his Ak, and each one his friend, and each one his relative. And the Banim of Lui did according to the word of Masha, and about 3,000 men of the people fell that day. Man, they had to put their own family members, friends to death, and they were zealous to do it. The tribe of Louis was a different breed. They were already, samurai mentality type people. So, they were already clung to Yahuwah. They were the ministers, so they felt honored in that position. So for them, it was like they had taken all those miracles. They had taken all those miracles to Lab and all the things Yahuwah did, and so they knew this was the real thing, and so they weren't about to try Yahuwah. So yeah, it was family members, relatives that were in rebellion, and like, man, how can you put your own family members to death? Like, well, back then they lived in a different paradigm where maybe they were just more. That's just the way it was back then. More aggressive, more. I mean, the things they seen is just in the wilderness. It's just that way. But that's what we're called to do. Yahusha says, "I didn't come to bring shalom, but a sword to divide the family. Brothers against brothers, sisters, children's, fathers, mothers, everybody against everybody for my namesake." Is talking about from here. It's like the way they did it, you're gonna be doing it from a spiritual ruach version of it. Like it's like spirit. It's like cosmic. It's like an alternate universe reality. Like timeline is one. The events are all one. They're all one in essence, playing out the same thing just in different ways and ripple effects. Yah is one. This moment is one. This dynamic is one. They lived. Forget about the timeline. Right now, they in an alternate universe reality, they live in a reality where they manifest things physically, running a sword through their relatives, through whoever you know in their family, friends, whatever, for the sake of Yah. We live in an alternate universe reality, same moment, want right here, where we do that in the Ruach by cutting them off. We don't cut through them, we just cut them off with it, but they have to be like, in a sense, like excommunicated, you know what I mean? Because that's what the word says. So as Yahuwah says, I came to bring a sword to turn everybody against each other for my name's sake, And if they're against the word, they're against Yah, then they're against you. Because a friend with the world is an enmity with Yah, and it's to the measure. So if they're cool with Yah, they're cool with Yahuwah Yahusha, then we're cool too. But to the measure, like, you know, just there may be certain things there that aren't fully there, so we're not fully there. You know what I mean? So that's how it is. Like when it's fully there, like the way the word says, then we're fully there. We're fully one. It's all to the measure. We're about this close because that's how much matches up with the word. Like how much we can line up together with the word. So nonetheless, that's how it is. Let's continue. So patience and be willing. Yahusha brought a sword to divide the family. This is all Yom HaCaparym stuff. This is all David Tolman reflection. Like some of us in the body right now still got family members we're hanging out with, having bingo night with, and poker night, and you call yourself a member of the Nazarene, you're part of Yasharal, and they're like atheists. You got a Satanist cousin, you got a Buddhist this and a Muslim that, and all kinds of crazy shenanigans in your family, and you're just sitting, eating, and drinking with them, and having a party, and the whole time trying to be a light and a witness. Yeah, we're just looking at you like, who were you talking about? You said it's lot sheep. Where'd you say in the group, in the family? I see the LGBT guy. I see the Satanist, and I see I see the one who claims to be mine, but that's part of his little falsehood dynamic. He's a part of all that. But where's the one you saying is mine though? Oh, I don't know. I made a mistake. My bad. Yeah, I thought I saw somebody. That was part of the Yashara Nazarene, but no, my bad. My fault. My fault. Because he ain't playing that. Because the word says if anybody would consider themselves a brother and is a drunkard or an adulterer or an idolater or just wicked, uh, do not even eat with him. Do not even eat with such a one. And so that automatically, if that's how you are with your brothers, so-called brothers, you know, the world, they get a certain type of compassion that's different because it's like they don't know better, but the compassion is more to the measure that ignorance that they don't know. So you're compassionate there. You're just gonna be nice and cordial, and they don't know. So you know, in that sense, to that regard, but you're not trying to be best friends. You're not trying to hang out because it says a friend of the world. In other words, being a friend and doing things the way the world does is you make yourself an enemy to Yah. He'll cut you down. He don't see you. So you're going with your family, you're eating and drinking. They're not even believers. You're a friend of the world. Oh, but I'm trying to be a light. You already had that time. And that's what my family came to believing. A lot of members when I left. They weren't believing when I was trying to stick around and be the light. When I was sticking around being the light, they're like, there he goes again. let them be annoying, let them drama, constantly fight. Oh yeah, there was a sword there to divide the family. And not that they didn't believe, but just some certain doctrinal things, right? Sabbath, we can't come over because the eggs and the bunny and the tree, the winter thing. So those issues, and then once we stopped, you know, some of them came around in different ways to different measures on those things. Just understand them more at least, but nonetheless, still here, still separated. Don't fully do that to the measure, because gotta have all of that to be locked in Yasharal. And so I just stay where I'm at. And I made those cuts. Whoever's left, families, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, Akim, Akotim, Banim, Batim, for my name's sake, hundredfold in this world with persecution. You get hundredfold family. You get Malakim Shamaim family if you're who has to put Malakim Shamaim around you. You know what I'm saying? To minister to you, to be there for you. You get all that, and then in the end, eternity. Because you see all these cosmic projections. You seen the crown in Yahusha. Because I refused to edify myself. I was like, I'm not gonna try to, you know, put your name so much. Like I did that, but I'm not gonna try to make myself shine too much, like my image. I'm not gonna do too much. Try to, you know, make myself somebody. I don't know. And I was like, it was like, well, if you're not, I'm going to. So he does that, and so it's gotta be about him. But nonetheless, all that to say that give yourself completely to Yahushua, and He'll give you everything. He'll give you Himself completely. He'll back you up. You know, He'll make sure you got family, home, food. Make sure you feel like you're on top, like you feel like He's got you. Like you must have been, and not say. I mean, it's glimpse, one glimpse at a time. It's like highs and lows, but you're always smooth sailing the ruach. But, He gives, He takes away, but He does everything with purpose to show you a little bit of what you can expect in the rain to come and all that. So I get a lot of glimpses. Like I used to talk about, like, oh yeah, sometimes I feel like he's showing me like out, like in a sense, like I'm gonna have different little inheritances all throughout the city. Like this town, that's my home for this town. That's my home for this town. And that's pretty cool to think about something like that. But you gotta make it's those who made those offerings. Those who walked this book out, the scriptures, and reflected. Those who left everything. Scriptures. Right again, top of your hand is running your people through that are not about Yahushua. I'm not saying you gotta get verbal about it, just means cut them off. They're not walking, they're another nation. Some of y'all still probably going by during their pagan days saying hi or something, trying to be a light. No, they're not. They're mocking you. They're like, look at that. He's supposed to be like not into this, and they still come by. He wants to be here. Their religion ain't real. So you're making it look bad. People don't like that. So make the cuts. Praise yeah. Continuing. All right, we read that one. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna read all the way to 35 because that's what it wants me to read. And we'll go to number 8. Number's 11. All right, let's do it. Masha said, and he said to them, thus said Yahuwah Elohim of Yasharal, each one put his sword on his side, pass over to and fro from the gate And he said to them, Thus said Yahuwah Elohim of Yasharal, each one put his sword on his side, pass over to and fro from gate to gate in the camp, and each one slay his ach, and each one his friend, and each one his relative. And the Banim of Lui did according to the word of Masha, and about 3,000 men of the people fell that yom. And Masha said, You are ordained for Yahuwah this yom, or Kadash to Yahuwah this yom, since each one has been against his ban and his ach, so as to bring upon you a baraka this yom. Wow, your Kadash dedicated to Yahuwah this yom, since each one of you has been against his ban, his begotten child, and his ach, like Yahusha bringing a sword to bring division in the family for my namesake, so as to bring upon you a baraka this yom, 100-fold in this high. You know what I'm saying? 100-fold in this high for free. You know what I'm saying? With persecution, and people gonna hate you, even people in the body, but in the eternal high. Bracket will praise you. And may, oh, well, you're there because you're on probation because you did some stupid. Look, I can't, I can't question or judge or you know just Yahuwah's ways are higher than our ways on how he operates and does things and allows things to happen, but everything he still allows and like a man makes his plans but he will directs the path. You know, I really wanted things to work out and I don't know what stirred up in me and like I made that decision but I don't know why. I'm not that way. But something I was being I was being constantly, you know, pushed like that, or I was constantly being provoked and poked at all the time, and just put down, and just finally, you know what? Just thought came. This will help, and I spanked with a belt. I meant to just spank with a belt. It's supposed to be a little spanking, and just you know a fight back response reaction, and it got a little out of hand, and here I am. You know, so I don't know. And Masha said, You are Kadash, dedicated to Yahuwah this Yom, since each one has been against his bond and his Ach, so as to bring upon you a Baraka this Yom. And it came to be on the next Yom that Masha said to the people, and it's all about the intention. I did that with literally, we're gonna see on the day of judgment that I think this will be too for this person. It'll help. I think this will be, you know, and and that was my intention. That maybe fix some things, but it did not. I thought the person would change. It would work. That would work. I thought I was gonna get like, "Owie, I'm so sorry. I won't be mean ever again." That's how I saw it going, but I guess not. And Masha said, "You are Kadash, dedicated to Yahuwah this Yom, since each one has been against his bond and his ox, so as to bring upon you a baraka this Yom." Praise Yah. And yeah, Yahuwah looks at the intentions and knows and all that. And yeah, there's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, because of baraka. And it came to be on the next Yom that Masha said to the people, You have sinned a great sin, and now I am going up to Yahuwah, if I might atone for your sin, to cover your sin. And Masha returned to Yahuwah and said, Oh, these people have sinned a great sin, and have made for themselves a mighty one of gold. And now, if you would lift their sin But if not, please blot me out of your book that you have written. So this is like Masha reflecting Yahusha to intercede on our behalf. Take me instead. Let my blood be required to satisfy your wrath, and let them live. And Yahuwah said to Masha, whoever has sinned against me, I blot him out of my book. And now go, lead the people to the place of where I have spoken to you. See, my malach, my messenger, goes before you, and in that yom, and in the yom of my visitation, I shall visit their sin upon them. And Yahuwah plague the people because they made the calf that Aharon made. So not only did they drink the bitter waters that Masha gave them to drink when he, put it into powder, beat it down to dust and powder, and they drank it. Yahuwah ended up plaguing them even after that more. And he said, "I'll whoever sinned, I blot them out of my book." And he said, "I'll take care of them on the yom of my visitation. I shall visit their sin upon them. Like I'm gonna visit them when I visit them. I got each one in his own time." So now we're gonna go to Numbers 11, and this is the eighth one at Taberah, where the people raged against Yahuwah. So this is a short one. I think it's a kind of random one. It's a great, example of how sometimes things are going okay, things are just kind of flowing. We just randomly just do these things out of the ordinary and start tripping. We just like we're not dealing with the stresses in our chai the right way, the stressors, and at a certain point they add up, and we maybe forget to handle it a certain way, and then bam, we just go all out, and kind of have that moment like once every 3 months we mess up, kind of do something like, why did I do that? Why did I trip out? And so it just happens. And so this is a reminder, like, to always try to be consistent, to remember Yahuwah. He says, I change not. Yahuwah's the same yesterday, today, and forever. He doesn't change. So we should focus and strive also not to change. All right? Sorry, I changed position. What are you talking about? Don't change. Change position. I'm hurting. All right. But don't change. You can change positions, just don't change behavior patterns, thought processes, consistent flow. That's working. Stay consistent. Numbers 11. And it came to be when the people were as complainers, it was evil in the ears of Yahuwah. And Yahuwah heard it, and his displeasure burned, and the fire of Yahuwah burned among them, and consumed those in the outskirts of the camp. Let's see. It kind of gives us a little more context about it. Yeah, all they had just said before that from chapter 10 is start at verse 33. So they departed from the mountain of Yahuwah on a journey of 3 Yomim, and the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah went before them for 3 Yomim, 3 days' journey, to seek out a resting place for them. So they had departed from Mount Sinai, or from wherever they had departed from, and they were on a 3 days' journey, and maybe they wanted some water again or something. And the Ark of the Covenant of Yahuwah went before them for 3 Yomim journey, and to seek out a resting place for them. So they're looking for a place to rest. And the cloud of Yahuwah was above them by Yom when they went out from the camp. And it came to be whenever the ark departed that Masha said, Rise up, O Yahuwah, and let your enemies be scattered, and let those who hate you flee before you. And when it rested, he said, Return, O Yahuwah, to the countless thousands of Yasharal. So they're just moving around for a few days. And then out of nowhere, chapter 11, and it came to be when the people were as complainers, it was evil in the ears of Yahuwah. And Yahuwah heard it. He just started grumbling and complaining out of nowhere for no reason, just moving around for 3 days. And his displeasure burned, and the fire of Yahuwah burned among them, and consumed those in the outskirts of the camp. And the people cried out to Masha, and Masha palad to Yahuwah, and the fire died down. Then he called the name of the place Taberah, because the fire of Yahuwah had burned among them. So notice they cried out to Masha, and Masha to Yahuwah. So right there's kind of a parabolic picture of us like to Yahusha and Yahusha to Yahuwah, you know, kind of picture of our Messiah. Verse 4, and the mixed multitude who were in the midst lusted greatly. Now this one's already going into the next one, because that was number 8, and then number 9, boom, starts right here. So that's nice back to back. It says, and the mixed multitude who were in their midst lusted greatly. So this wasn't even from Yasharal. This was from the mixed multitude. They had other nations amongst them, but I guess we can like to imagine that Yasharal is starting to trust in Yahuwah a little bit more, and then the other nations starting to really feel themselves like Yahuwah's people, like they're his bride, his special possession, his inheritance on earth, on Aratz. And so the mixed multitude who were in the midst lusted greatly. So the children of Yasharal, never mind, also wept again. Spoke too soon. So they're kind of like, what is that word they say? Like instigated, like someone kind of like triggered them, got them going. But the mixed multitude got them going. And children of Yasharal also wept again. It said, "Who has given us meat to eat?" So this is a one that they repeated before. They already had this issue with meat, like we saw in Shamut 16, where they wanted meat, and then that's the first time they were introduced to the manna and the arab and the quail and the baka, the rising, and then they were taught how to keep the Sabbath through that element. I'm gonna make it rain 6 yomim, but the seventh yom it won't rain any lacham, no bread, you know. So you got to gather twice as much on the sixth yom to have enough. You should have enough for the seventh, and it won't breed worms on that yom. So it's to teach them how to keep the Shabbat. And what's interesting about that, um, is real quick. If we go to chapter 8, because I like where that kind of expounds on that, the fact that the manna is kind of an object lesson. I taught them how to keep the Sabbath. Got like a fucking hair in my mouth. So chapter 8 says, guard to do every command that I command you this yom, that you might live and shall increase, and go in and shall possess the land of where Yahuwah swore to your Abim. And you shall remember that Yahuwah, your Elohim, led you all the way these 40 years in the wilderness to humble you and prove you, to know what is in your law, whether you guard his commands or not. That's what it's all about, to humble them and prove them, to know what is in the law, to see if they guard his commands or not. And that's what he does with us. And he humbled you and let you suffer hunger. So he allowed that. And fed you with manna, because what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. And fed you with manna that you did not know, nor did your Abim know, to make you know that man doesn't live by bread alone, but by all that comes from the mouth of Yahuwah. In other words, man don't live by bread alone. The bread wasn't keeping them alive, it was keeping Torah, and then that's reflective of keeping Shabbat. That even on the Shabbat, the manna or the Shabbat was higher than the manna, because on the Shabbat it didn't even, the Shamayim didn't even work. It didn't even rain down manna on the seventh yom, because that comes from Shamayim. The Malakim is, it says, is the Lakam, the bread of Malakim from above. So on that day they rested. So they didn't even do that on the seventh day, because you know what's more important than bread is keeping the commandments that were spoken by mouth of Yah, and that's keeping the Sabbath day on the seventh Yom Shabbat. So bread was cut off from raining down for them because bread is only provided for them temporarily, but the commandments brings eternal high, keeping the Sabbath Yom. Bread will fulfill you, will satisfy your flesh. Keeping the Sabbath Yom and the commandments will give you eternal high, satisfy you eternally. Your being. Praise Yah. That's how it is. So Numbers back to Numbers 11:4. So the mixed multitude were in the midst lusted greatly. Forgive me. So the children of Yasharal also wept again and said, "Who has given us meat to eat? We remember the fish. We remember the fish that we ate without cost in Matzraim, the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But now our high is dried up. There's not to look at but this manna." So we know this isn't the same event because I used to think, I'm like, wait, was that the same event as Exodus, just from Numbers version? Because they're two different books. But the fact that here they already know what manna is a different event. Because they're not, another count, they're like, I'm going to make it rain manna and quail. You're going to have quail in the Arab in the evening, the manna in the Bakar, and the Bakar when they saw the manna, they're like, whoa, what is this? But here they already know. But now our eyes dried up. There's not to look at but this manna. In other words, they're sick of it, of this manna. Now the manna was like coriander seed, and its appearance like the appearance of bdellium. The people went about and gathered it, ground it on millstones, or beat it in the mortar, and cooked it in a pot and made cakes of it. And its taste was as the taste of cakes baked with oil, like with olive oil. And when the dew fell on the camp at night, the manna fell on it. And Masha heard the people weeping throughout their clans, each man at the door of his tent. And the displeasure of Yahuwah burned exceedingly. So they're weeping at the tent, but he's not feeling like, oh, they're crying. His displeasure burned exceedingly because they're weeping against him, grumbling and complaining. It's like a woman's like, I hate you. You don't do nothing for me. And you're like doing everything for them. And it's just tough. And it's like, this is boot camp though for them. There's different dynamics going on here. They make them strong. And trying to show them they can trust him. That he got them no matter what. They don't need to cry. So the displeasure of Yahuwah burned exceedingly, and in the eyes of Masha it was evil. So Masha said to Yahuwah, why have you done evil to your servant, and why have I not found favor in your eyes, to put the burden of all these people on me? Was it I who conceived all these people? Was it I who brought them forth, that you should say to me, carry them in your bosom, as the foster Abba carries a nursing child, to the land that you swore to their Abim, their fathers? Where am I to get meat to give to all these people? For they weep before me, saying, give us meat to eat. I am unable to bear all these people alone, because the burden is too heavy for me. And if you are doing this to me, please slay me altogether. If I have found compassion, found favor in your eyes, and let me not see my evil. Then Yahuwah said to Masha, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Yasharal. Remember the 70 palm trees? The 70 elders of Yasharal, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of appointment, and let them stand there with you. And I shall come down and speak with you there, and shall take of the Ruach that is on you, the divine, eternal, inspiring breath of Yahuwah that is on you, and put it on them. So Yahuwah can, depart the Ruach from us and share it with others, to dispensate it, or how to say it, disseminate it. Like Aliyah, Alisha asked Aliyah to give him a double portion of his Ruach. Like, let me have what you got, and another portion of like double from Yahuwah. Like, ask Yahuwah from me so I can do greater works. And I shall come down and speak with you there, and shall take of the Ruach that is on you, and put it on them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with you, so that you do not bear it yourself alone. And say to the people, Kadash yourselves for tomorrow, and you shall eat meat, because you have wept in the hearing of Yahuwah, saying, Who is giving us meat to eat? For it was well with us in Mitzrayim, and Yahuwah shall give you meat, and you shall eat. You are going to eat not 1 yom, nor 2 yomim, nor 5 yomim, nor 10 yomim, nor 20 yomim, but for a month, a chadash of yomim, until it comes out of your nostrils, and becomes an abomination to you, because you have rejected Yahuwah, who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, Why did we come out of Mitzrayim? Man, see, those kind of words, they rejected him. They pretty much rejected him, and they wanted Mitzrayim to be their provider. And Masha said, The people in whose midst I am are 600,000 men on foot, not including women and children. And you have said, I give them meat to eat for a month of Yomim. Could flocks and herds be slaughtered for them, to be sufficient for them? Or could all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them, to be sufficient for them? In other words, Masha's like, it's going to take all the fish of the sea to feed this multitude, and all the flocks and herds of the land. Like, could you do that every day for a month, and to be sufficient for them? And Yahuwah said to Masha, Is the arm of Yahuwah too short? Now see whether my word meets you or not. Oh man, it's crazy. Masha had his little doubty moment right there for a little second. And then Yahuwah checked him. But Masha knew. He's like, oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. I was just wondering. I don't know. Because, see, part of it is Masha has to speak this word he told him to speak. And he's like, oh man, are you really meaning that? Because I gotta say that. And he's like, am my hand too short to do it? And he's like, okay, I'll go right on and say it. It's about being obedient. Obedient over saying, I'm sorry, I can't, or I'm sorry. And Masha went out and spoke to the people the words of Yahuwah. So he had to do it by belief and trust too. He had his little moment right there being kind of like, I don't know, a little uncertain, but he did anyways. And so Masha went out and spoke to the people the words of Yahuwah. And and he gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people and stood them around the tent. What word did Masha say to the people? That Yahuwah was going to give you meat, not 5 days, 10 days, 20, but for a month's worth of days. So it's coming out your nostrils and you're sick of it. He told them all that. And Yahuwah came down in the cloud and spoke to him, and took of the Ruach that was upon him, upon Masha, and placed the same Ruach, the divine, eternal, inspiring breath of Yah, upon the 70 elders. And it came to be, when the Ruach rested upon them, that they nabu, or they spoke the word of Yahuwah with authority, speaking mysteries, speaking the word, speaking like this, but did not continue. But when the Ruach rested upon them, that they nabu, but did not continue. However, 2 men, say that again, and he took the ruach that was upon them, and placed the same upon the 70 elders. And it came to be, when the ruach rested upon them, that they nabu, but did not continue. I gotta see how that it reads in other translations. That don't seem right. I don't know. However, 2 men had remained in the camp. The name of one was Adad, and the name of the other Maidad. And the ruach rested upon them. Now they were among those listed, but did not go out into the tent. And they, Nabu, in the camp, spoke the word with authority in the camp. And the young man ran and informed Masha and said, Aldad and Maidad Nabah in the camp, and Yahusha ban of Nun, Masha's assistant from his youth, answered and said, Masha, my master, Adani, forbid them. Then Masha said to him, Are you jealous for my sake? Oh, that all the people of Yahuwah were not being, that Yahuwah would put his Ruach upon them. And Masha returned to the camp, both he and the elders of Yasharal, and a wind went forth from Yahuwah, and it brought quail from the sea, and let them fall beside the camp, about a day's journey on this side, and about a day's journey on the other side. Man, a day's journey worth of quail in swarms, just to feed 600,000 people, not including women and children, every day. All around the camp and about 2 amma above the surface of the ground. 2 amma is like, an amma I think is 2 feet 22 inches, or 22, no, 20, an amma is 22 inches and a half or something like that. It's like just shy of 2 feet, I believe. Yeah, something like that. So, anyways, that's a lot of quail, and it says 2 amma. So this thing was at least 4 feet high. Man, quails. That's trippy to imagine. It's like, whoa, I want to see an AI version of that. No, I believe it. I trust it. I saw like a malak light of people like, you don't believe this? No, I believe it. I was just trying to imagine it myself. So, a day's journey on that side and about a day's journey on the other side. That's awesome. All around the camp, and about 2 amma above the surface of the ground. And the people were up all that Yom and all that night and all the next Yom, 2 days straight, and gathered the quail. He who had least gathered 10 omarim, and they spread them out for themselves all around the camp. The meat was still between their teeth before it was chewed, and the wrath of Yahuwah burned against the people, and Yahuwah smote the people with an exceeding great plague. Then he called the name of that place Kabrut ha Taua, because they buried the people who had lusted. From Kabrut ha Taua, the people departed for Hatzrut, and they were at Hatzrut, and they were at Hatzarut. So why did Yahuwah burn them if he told me he was gonna give meat to eat? Well, I'm gonna submit that a couple reasons. Normally, when you read other scriptures, it talks about how in similar situations like this, when they're more established as Yasharal, it says things like, "And the people gave Yahuwah thanks." There's always this thing about how the people gave Yahuwah thanks, and they praised Yah, but here's no praise. It didn't even say they cooked it. It just says the meat was still between their teeth before it was chewed, and the wrath of Yahuwah burned against the people. I must admit that it says they lusted, burned the people who had lusted for insatiable craving. I strongly agree that this is saying that the people were so lusty after it and had such an insatiable craving, like they were so crazy about it, they wanted it so bad. The word lust means insatiable craving, like a unhealthy, crazy desire for it, that they were just so ready for it. I don't even think they cooked it. I think, the scripture says not to eat the blood. with the meat, with the animal. I think they're just like just like no one's looking. We're 600,000 people spread out with this bunch of queer everywhere. Who's gonna see us? Who's not gonna see us? Just a little bite, because it says that they spent all that day and all that night and the next day gathering. They were up 2 days straight gathering it. They spent 2 days just trying to gather it. They didn't even have. They still hadn't even cooked it yet. But they're like, you know what? I'm just gonna eat this while I work. I'm just gonna eat it like this. Just gonna bite into this bird. And then, yeah, and just like that's what we start doing. And the meat was still between their teeth before it was chewed. And the wrath of Yahuwah burned against the people, and Yahuwah smote the people with an exceeding great plague. Then he called the name of that place Kabrut Hatua, because there they buried the people who had lustiness, insatiable, crazy craving for it. Makes you do it in the wrong way, right? Because when you lust, like when lust, sexual lust, lusting after another man's wife, you're doing it in the wrong way. You're doing the wrong thing. Doing the wrong thing. From Kabrut Hatawa, the people departed from Chatzarut, and they were at Chatzron. Chatzrut. All right, continuing. That was number 9. Now we're at number 10. And this will be the last one, but then I added a couple more. Um, yeah, I added this one right here. This is an added one because I thought this was important because all the other ones spoke about uh, Yasharal as an entirety, as a collective, and yeah, mostly grumbling and complaining or just disobeying, doing the wrong things. Yeah, not listening, repeating the sins, but here's where we have a singled out moment where it's just a couple individuals, and so I think that's cool to see. Like it's an interesting example because all of them they give it as a collective. Oh well, they're doing things banding together, but it's nice to see when people try to do things singularly or in twos or whatnot. Basically, an example where they're challenging the authority of Yahuwah. There's one thing to grumble against Yahuwah, Tamasha, crying out Tamasha, but now they're not going to challenge some authority, and that one's not usually mentioned in the listing, but I put it in there. So I think it's a great example about how sometimes, we tend to try to challenge authority when we disagree or see something about the authority Yahuwah's put over us that we don't like, that we think they're wrong for, so we try to dismantle their authority or like disregard it, like usurp and think it's not valid because of something we think is wrong. And here's a great example right here. Bad Madbar, chapter 12. Numbers, chapter 12. Now Mariam and Aharon spoke against Masha. Mariam and Aharon, his own sister and his own brother, too, by the way. And Mariam and Aharon spoke against Masha because of the Cushi wife, Asha, the woman whom he had taken, for he had taken a Cushi wife. So what's wrong with that? Is the Cushites, the Cushi wife, is descendants from Ham, and well, originally it was just because of the association, descendants of Ham, but there's nothing really there um, that how do you say speaks against it, because there's kind of a curse, but it's for Canaan. It says, Yahuwah says, "Curse be Canaan, Ham's bond." So he curses the bond of Ham because there was one of Noah's banim. Ham was, and he's the one that looked upon Noah naked, his nakedness. Well, it said he uncovered his nakedness, and I don't think it was about looking at him naked, but maybe in the way he did it, or because his dad was in his shame and drunk. So maybe there's things about that. I don't know, but yeah, either way, um, others speculate he might have done something to his dad while he was sleeping. I don't know, but the fact that he just looked and laughed, and but then the dad said, "I know what you did to me," and Noah, but the Banin came and maybe they're just looking because then they walked backwards. They put a blanket on their shoulders and they walked backwards towards him to cover him so they wouldn't see him. So nonetheless, but from that, because it was Ham who did that, looked upon Nuach is naked. Nuach cursed Ham and said, "Cursed be your bond Canaan." And so, but maybe it was because Cush is also bond of Ham. I think after that, Ham kind of lost his points, his school points with the family and with his brothers, the Achim. So, like, even though Noach cursed Canaan, I think they considered all his descendants cursed. So, it says here that Masha, because of the Cushi wife whom he had taken, so Cushi is by name of children, descendants of Cush, descendants of Ham. And so it could be that they were just upset, like assuming like, oh well, he took a Hamite a Hami wife, a descendants of Ham, and they're cursed, and that's wrong. But it wasn't specifically Cush that was cursed. It was Canaan. It was his brother. You know, they're both banim of Ham. Ham had Cush, Put, Matzraim, Canaan, Lud, I think. I don't remember that, but yeah, those are some of them. But he curses Canaan, not Cushi. But I think they're just considering Cushi also cursed. Possibly is why they were upset. Some people say, oh, because he took a second wife, because this is not Zipporah, the Muad, uh, Ban of Rawal, who was from Madi, from Madi, was a descendant of Abraham. Anyways, continuing. And they said, so Mariam and Aharon spoke against Masha because of the Cushi wife whom he had taken, for he had taken a Cushi wife. And they said, has Yahuwah spoken only through Masha? Has he not also spoken through us? And Yahuwah heard it. And the Adam Masha, the man Masha, was very humble, more than all the men, more than all men who were on the face of the Arats. And suddenly Yahuwah said to Masha and Aharon and Mariam, you three come out to the tent of appointment. So the three came out, and Yahuwah came down in the column of cloud and stood in the door of the tent and called Aharon and Mariam, and they both went forward. And he said, hear now my words. If your not is of Yahuwah. Yeah, and he said, hear now my words. If your knob is of Yahuwah, I make myself known to him in a vision, and I speak to him in a dream. Not so with my servant Masha. That's so cool. He is trustworthy in all my house. I speak with him mouth to mouth, or face to face, and plainly, and not in riddles. And he sees the form of Yahuwah. So why were you not afraid to speak against my servant Masha? Man, that's some tough words to hear from Yah. He's like, man, if I speak to a knob, one of your knobs, I speak to him in a dream or in a riddle or in a vision or something. Not so with my servant Masha, for he is trustworthy in all my house. I speak with him face to face or mouth to mouth, and plainly, and not in riddles. And he sees the form of Yahuwah. So why were you not afraid to speak against my servant Masha? And the displeasure of Yahuwah burned against him, and he left. And the cloud turned away from above the tent, and look, Mariam was leprous, as white as snow. And Aharon turned toward Mariam, and look, a leper. Man, so he cursed Mariam, and she became a leper, white as snow. It's crazy. That's awesome. Something. And Aharon said to Masha, O my Adon, please do not hold against us the sin in where we have done foolishly and in where we have sinned. Please do not let her be as one dead when coming out of its mother's womb, with our flesh half consumed. And Masha cried out to Yahuwah, saying, Owad, please heal her, please, nah. And Yahuwah said to Masha, if her Abba had but spit in her face, would she not be ashamed 7 Yomim? Let her be shut out of the camp 7 Yomim, and after that let her be readmitted. And Mariam was shut out of the camp 7 Yomim. Man, I can only imagine those were some long 7 Yomim, being white as snow, and I think, yeah, forever. And the people did not depart until Mariam was readmitted. They're just waiting for her to come back. Yahuwah didn't move the camp, nothing until she came back. She was all by herself out there and shut out for 7 days. And afterward, the people departed from Chatzarot, Chatzarot, and they camped in the wilderness of Paran. So there you go for challenging the authority, speaking against the authority. Be careful what you say about Yahuwah's servants. You know, there's a psalm, I think Psalms 105 or 6. Yeah, it says, touch not my servant and do my Nabim no harm. You know, that Yahuwah has smitten sovereigns for their sakes. Touch not my anointed and do my Nabim no harm. I think that's in Tahanims 105, kind of reminds me of that. But without further ado, let's continue. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. I don't know for now. You know what one. So now we're going to cannot challenge the authority. I think we can keep reading actually. See, not here. Come on, start scrolling. Alright. So next one be Numbers 14. That's gonna be number 11, the 11th time. Oh, this is gonna be the battle port of the spies. At Kadash in the desert of Paran, when the people refused to receive the two report of Yahusha, of Nun and Caleb, but rather wanted themselves dead. Alright, 14, 1 through 3. Well, we're going to go a little bit before that. We're going to go to 13. We're going to just do the story. A nice little story. You got the evidence and the proof, and this one's a test of the example we can glean from here is to, you know, Always weigh the glass half full. Always see the favorable thing and trust in that favorable outcome. Trust in the word of Yah. So, chapter 13. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, send men to spy out the land of Canaan that I am giving to the children of Yasharal. Send one man from each tribe of their Abim, every one a leader among them. And by the command of Yahuwah, Masha sent them from the wilderness of Paran, all of them, men who were heads of the children of Yasharal. And these were their names: from the tribe of Rauban, Shamua, ban of Zakur; from the tribe of Shamaun, Shaphat, ban of Hori; from the tribe of Yahuda, Caleb, ban of Yapuna, who is an Edomite; ban of Adom, Edom; from the tribe of Yashashkar, Yagal, ban of Yosef; from the tribe of Ephraim, Husha, ban of Nun; from the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, ban of Raphu; from the tribe of Zabulon, Gadiel, ban of Sudi; from the tribe of Yosef; from the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi, ban of Susi; from the tribe of Dan, Amiel, ban of Gamali; from the tribe of Asher, Shatur, ban of Makaal; from the tribe of Naphtali, Nachbi, ban of Wolfsi; from the tribe of Gad, Gaual, ban of Maki. From these are the names of the men whom Masha sent to spy out the land. And Masha called Husha, ban of Nun, Yahusha. And Masha sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said to them, go appear into the Negab, and go up to the mountains, and see what the land is like, and the people who dwell in it, whether strong or weak, whether few or multitude, and whether the land they dwell in is stub or evil, whether the cities they inhabit are camps or strongholds, and whether the land is rich or poor, and whether there are forests there or not. And you shall be strong, and bring some of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the season of the first fruits of grapes. So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Sin as far as Rahub, near the entrance of Hamath. And they went up through the Negab and came to Hebron, and Ahiman, Shashai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, were there. Now Hebron had built 7 years before Suan in Matzraim, and they came to the Wadi Ashkul, and cut down from there a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bore it between two of them on a pole, also of the pomegranates and of the figs. That place was called the Wadi Ashkul, because of the cluster that the men of Yasharal cut down from there. And they returned from spying out the land after 40 Yomim. And they went and came to Masha. And they went and came to Masha and Aharon and all the congregation of the children of Yasharal in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. And they brought back word to them and all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they reported to him and said, we went to the land where you sent us, and truly it flows with milk and honey, and this is its fruit. But the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are walled, very great, And we saw the descendants of Anak there too. The Amalekim, the Amalekim dwell in the land of the Negab, while the Chatim and the Yabusim and the Amorim dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanim dwell by the sea and along the banks of the Yarden. And Caleb silenced the people before Masha and said, "Let us go up at once and take possession, for we are certainly able to overcome it." But the men who had gone up with him said, "We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we." And they gave the children of Yasharal an evil report of the land that they had spied out, saying, "The land through where we have gone as spies is a land eating up its inhabitants, and all the people whom we saw in it are men of great size. And we saw there the Naphalim, Banim of Anak, of the Naphalim, and we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and so we were in their eyes." Bad report. There's another great example of not being negative. Don't be negative. Not just choose to see things half full and be positive, but don't give a negative report. Don't spread negativity. Don't fearmonger. Don't say things in a way that's gonna incite fear in people, especially in the Achim. Don't be fear mongering around amongst the assembly. Right? Talking to myself, you know. Some things are just, better left, for Yahuwah to deal with, and we just trust in him. But everything has their place, though. Some things have their what is meant to be said, but you don't need to go into deep details to be fear mongering. But nonetheless, let's continue. Chapter 14. Then all the congregation lifted up their voices and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Yasharal grumbled against Masha and against Aharon, and all the congregation said to them, "If only we had died in the land of Mitzrayim." I think they say that just about every time, at least 5 or 6 times. Or if only we had died in the wilderness. And why is Yahuwah bringing us to this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and children should become a prey? Would it not be better for us to turn back to Mitzrayim? And they said to each other, "Let us appoint a leader, and let us turn back to Mitzrayim." Then Masha and Aharon fell on their faces before all the congregation of the children of Yasharah, and Yahusha ban of Nun, and Caleb ban of Yafunah, who were among those who had spied out the land, tore their garments. And they spoke to all the congregation of the children of Yasharah, saying, "The land we passed through to spy out is an exceedingly good land. If Yahuwah has delighted in us, then he shall bring us into this land and give it to us, a land that is flowing with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against Yahuwah, nor fear the people of the land, for they are our bread. Their defense has turned away from them, and Yahuwah is with us. Do not fear them." But all the congregation said to stone them with stones. But all the congregation said to stone them with stones. Then the esteem of Yahuwah appeared in the tent of appointment before all the children of Yasharah. And Yahuwah said to Masha, "How long shall I be scorned by these people? And how long shall I not be trusted by them?" Yeah, that hurts when you're not trusted. How long shall I not be trusted by them with all the signs that I have done in their midst? Yeah, it's crazy. But I can't say nothing. I'm not there. I wasn't there. Let me smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them, and make of you a nation greater and mightier than they. And Masha said to Yahuwah, "Then the Matzrim shall hear it, For by your power you brought these people up from their midst. And they shall say to the inhabitants of this land, they have heard that you, Yahuwah, are in the midst of these people, that you, Yahuwah, are seen eye to eye, and that your cloud stands above them, and you go before them in a column of cloud by Yom, and in a column of fire by Lila, by night. Now if you shall kill these people as one man, then the nations shall have heard of your report. Then the nations that have heard of your report shall speak, saying, because Yahuwah was not able to bring this people to the land that he swore to give them, therefore he killed them in the wilderness. And now, HaCaparym, let the power of Yahuwah be great, as you have spoken, saying, Yahuwah is patient and of great kindness, forgiving wickedness and transgression. But by no means, I love that. And now, HaCaparym, let the power of Yahuwah be great as you have spoken, saying, Yahuwah is patient and of great kindness, forgiving wickedness and transgression, but by no means what? Leaving unpunished, but by no means leaving unpunished, visiting the wickedness of the Abim on the children to the third and fourth generation. Forgive me. Please forgive the wickedness of this people, according to the greatness of your kindness, as you have forgiven this people from Mitzrayim even until now. And Yahuwah said, I shall forgive, according to your word. But truly as I live, and all the Arats is filled with the esteem of Yahuwah, for none of these men who have seen my esteem, and the signs that I did in Mitzrayim and in the wilderness, and have tried me now these 10 times. There it is. Who have tried him. So it doesn't necessarily say they grumbled and complained 10 times. It's my fault. Tried him 10 times. So that could be all having to do with murmuring and complaining and disobeying, trying his authority and all that. For none of these men who have seen my esteem and the signs that I did in Mitzrayim and in the wilderness, and have tried me now these 10 times, and have disobeyed my voice, shall see the land of where I swore to their Abim, nor any of those who scorn me see it, nor any of those who scorn me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he has a different Ruach in him, and has followed me completely, I shall bring into the land where he went, and his seed shall inherit it, since the Amalekim and the Canaanim are dwelling in the valley. Turn back tomorrow and depart into the wilderness by the way of the sea of reeds. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha and to Aharon, saying, how long shall this evil congregation have this grumbling against me? I have heard the grumblings that the children of Yasharal are grumbling against me. Say to them, as I live, declares Yahuwah, as you have spoken in my hearing, so I do to you. The carcasses of you who have grumbled against me are going to fall in this wilderness. All of you who were registered according to your entire number, from 20 years old and above, none of you except Caleb ban of Yaphanah and Yahusha ban of Nun shall enter the land that I swore I would make you dwell in. But your little ones, whom you said would become a prey, I shall bring in, and they shall know the land that you have rejected. But as for you, your carcasses are going to fall in this wilderness, and your banim shall be wanderers in the wilderness 40 shanim, 40 years, and shall bear your horns until your carcasses are consumed in the wilderness. There's a great example of what he means when he says, you know, visiting the wickedness of the Abim on the children to the third and fourth generation to those who hate me. He's giving that example like it's not that he's purposely choosing to visit the wickedness of the fathers on the children, but it's just the logical order things, the way things play out, the consequences of their actions automatically merits, um, the child's being affected. It's like the wickedness of the father Abim is uh, is being felt, by the children, is being visited to the children. Because right here it says, yeah, visiting the wickedness of the father of the Abim on the children. So he's visiting or allowing the consequences of the wickedness of the Abim to visit the children and visit the third or fourth generation. So we see that right here. It says, and your banim shall be wonders in the wilderness 40 years. So that's the wickedness or the consequences of the Abim on the children, because of their negligence, their disobedience. Now they're going to be in the wilderness 40 years, but now the children have to suffer those 40 years too, till they all drop dead, till they all die. And your banim shall be wanderers in the wilderness 40 years, and shall bear your horns until your carcasses are consumed in the wilderness, according to the number of the Yumym, in what you spied out the land, 40 Yomim, a day for a year, a Yom for a year, a Yom for a year, a Yom for a year. You are to bear your wickednesses 40 Shanim, 40 years, and you shall know my breaking off. I am Yahuwah. I have spoken. I shall do this to all this evil congregation who are meeting against me. In this wilderness they are consumed, and there they die. And the men whom Masha sent to spy out the land, who returned and made all the congregation grumble against him by bringing an evil report of the land, even those men who brought the evil report about the land died by the plague before Yahuwah. Died by the plague before Yahuwah. Of those men who went to spy out the land, only Yahusha ban of Nun and Caleb ban of Yafunah remained alive. And when Masha spoke these words to all the children of Yasharal, the people mourned greatly, and they rose up early in the Bakar, the rise. Yep, there's another one I should have wrote down. I think I wrote this down. This will make it number 12. So we got a little interjection about how uh, at Kadash, yeah. So finally, in Numbers 14:11 through 22, Yahuwah declares that this generation of Yasharat shall not enter the promised land for having murmured and complained, or for having tried, forgive me, Yahuwah, these 10 times. Despite this, they still continued in some repeated disobedience. So now this is after the fact, and this is how they're still, you know, unfortunately responding, because, you can take people out of Matzraim, but sometimes it's the work is trying to take the Matzraim out of us, out of the people. So we got to be careful how we operate, because we can be like Matzraim, operating like Egyptians or pagans, and having been brought up in this Western world, Western culture, without realizing. So let's go ahead. Um, Number 12 is Numbers 14:39, and this is where Yahuwah just broke them off, told them they're not getting in, forget it, I'm done with it, screw y'all, like I'm done with this. Y'all gonna be out here for 40 years till y'all die, and I'm taking your little ones in. They're gonna inherit the land as they get older. And And what happened? Verse 39 says, And when Masha spoke these words to all the children of Yasharal, the people mourned greatly, and they rose up early in the Bakar, the rising, and went up to the top of the mountain, saying, See, we have indeed sinned, but we shall go up to the place that Yahuwah has spoken of. But Masha said, Why do you now transgress the command of Yahuwah again, since it does not prosper? Like he just told y'all what it like yesterday or what the deal is. They're not gonna go in, and now they want to go in. He's going against his word. Do not go up, lest you be smitten by your enemies, for Yahuwah is not in your midst. That's a scary example, scary dynamic. Is Yahuwah's telling you over and over to do certain things or don't do certain things, and you're still continuing. Then you get the sense of like, yeah, he's kind of temporarily, like maybe taking a break. Like kind of separates himself. He kind of feels distant, and it's like, okay, no, now I'm gonna do it. And you're gonna do it. And it's like it doesn't matter no more. And you go, you go, and it's like it's empty space. It's not there no more. It's like what? Like I'm just giving examples, but that can be a scary place to be when he's not there. It doesn't give you the overcoming because you didn't do it at the time you said, so it doesn't work out the same. You don't want to do that. You just want to do exactly what he says as he says it. And no, you don't want to be in that position where you can't make it up. He's like, he's not with you now that you're trying. See, we have indeed sinned, but we shall go up to the place that Yahuwah has spoken of. Had spoken of. But Masha said, Why do you now transgress the command of Yahuwah again, since it does not prosper? Do not go up, lest you be smitten by your enemies, for Yahuwah is not in your midst. Because the Amalekim and the Canaanim are there before you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you have turned away from Yahuwah. Yahuwah is not with you, but they presume to go up to the mountaintop. But neither the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah nor Masha left the camp. So the Amalekim and the Canaanim who dwelt in that mountain came down and smote them and beat them down even to Hormah. So yeah, they beat them down. The Malachim and the Canaanim who dwelt in the mountain came down, smote them, and beat them down even to Hormah. So they got beaten down. Let's see what we got next. Alright, got skip down to Numbers, Badmidbar, 1532. What do we hear earlier? Shemot 16. That someone went out and tried to gather mana on the Shabbat. I said, don't stay in your tents, don't come out, so they can learn to just not work on the Shabbat. Well, here's a repeat disobedience. Like they already learned not to do this, but here we go. And it's after they're not getting in. But what can I say? We all make mistakes. We all have these issues too. We keep messing up. That's why we're still here. So Bad Madbar 15. 1532. So you'll get a little more context. Verse 29. For him who makes a mistake, there is one Torah. Both for. Okay, let me go back just a little bit. Verse 28. And the Kahan shall make atonement for the being who strays by mistake or a sin of ignorance, when he sins by mistake before Yahuwah, to make atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. For him who makes a mistake, there is one Torah, both for him who is native among the children of Yasharal, and for the stranger who sojourns in their midst. But the being who acts defiantly, whether he is native or a stranger, he reviles Yahuwah, and that being shall be cut off from among his people. because he has despised the word of Yahuwah, and has broken his command. That being shall certainly be cut off. His wickedness is upon him. Verse 32. And while the children of Yasharal were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Shabbat Yom. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Masha and to Aharon and to all the congregation. And I don't know, sticks is just a cute word for like he was gathering some firewood, like some big loggers or something. But I don't think he was just gathering twigs. And they put him in under guard, because it had not been declared what should be done to him. And Yahuwah said to Masha, the man shall certainly be put to death. All the congregation stoning him with stones outside the camp. And all the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him with stones, as Yahuwah commanded Masha, and he did, and he died. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, speak to the children of Yasharal, and you shall say to them, to make tzitzaut. Now I like this part right here, because this is another one right here going to, the picking of sticks. That one's already ended. Numbers 15:32. He picked up sticks and they stoned him. He died. They had already learned that lesson. That's why he died this time. Before it's like, why do you not listen to Yahuwah? Go back in your tent. Don't come out. Now it's like, nah. Now you're gonna have to die, because you know better at this point. Now Numbers 15:37, as a response to that, Yahuwah don't want to take high. You don't want to keep having to put people to death. So he's gonna speak something that might help according to his chakma. His ways are higher. So he's gonna give a little least command here that always be a reminder for us to not break the Sabbath no more like that, and keep his other commandments. Bad Numbers 15:37. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, speak to the children of Yasharal, and you shall say to them to make tzitzaut on the corners of the garment, or tassels on the corners or four corners of the garments throughout their generations, and to put a blue cord in the tzitzat, in the tassel of the corners, and it shall be to you for a tzitzat, and you shall see it, and shall remember all the commands of Yahuwah, and shall do them, and not search after your own lap and your own eyes, after where you went whoring. So he put that as a precaution, because this was, as we see, it was right after the guy broke the Sabbath picking up sticks. Like, you know what? Put on tassels. Even though it's like, oh, well, he added that. Well, it still spoke out of his mouth. Now it's the eternal commandment. Put a blue cord in the tzitzat corners. And it's like, all right, well, how do you know it's such a real commandment? Because it says right here, so that you remember and shall do all my commands and be Kadash unto your Elohim. Right there, when he said that to make you Kadash, he's saying this goes hand in hand with the context that it makes you Kadash if you wear the Tzitzait. So you shall see it and shall remember all the commands of Yahuwah, and shall do them, not breaking the Sabbath, Shabbat no more, not breaking commands no more, and to not search after your own lap and your own eyes, after where you went whoring, so that you remember and shall do all my commands, and be Kadash, dedicated, separated unto your Elohim. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Matzraim to be your Elohim. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Why should we do this? You just read it, because I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Matzraim to be your Elohim. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. I said so, because I said so. That's the first time, one of the times you see him say that twice like that, right after the command of the seats at the tassels, because I think he's trying to make a point that's a big deal. Yet, because of that, sounds a little silly. Here we have another great example of his authority being challenged. So you gotta be careful not to challenge authority. And if you notice, just to recap on something too, two of those trying times, trying Yahuwah, was two of them were both against the Sabbath. You know, that was the third one of the Sabbath. There's three of the 10 were for the same thing over and over as breaking the Sabbath. The first one was, um, you know, do not lay up for yourself on the next Yom, and they did anyways. And the other one was, oh no, that's for the 6 days. But the seventh Yom, do not go out to look for manna. There won't be none. He looked for it anyways on the Shabbat, and there was none, but he was mad about it. And the other one was the one about the sticks. Let's see what other one. The other Shabbat one was, yeah, I think I was thinking about the 6 day one. Within the 6 days. But either way, it's kind of, yeah, the Shabbat one though, for sure. And 6. Alright, two of them. Let's see, we got them on here. Yeah, it looks like that's right. Alright, let's go ahead and jump to the very next thing. The Rebellion of Korah. This is the last one. Yeah. This is the 14th time they tried Yahuwah. It's another challenge of authority that breaks out by Korah and his followers by the refusal to wear tzitzit, the reminder to keep Torah, to make the congregation Kadash by keeping even the least command. And of course, Numbers 15:37, extending all the way to chapter 16 and 17. So we're going to read two chapters straight because all this happened. We're about to see a lot of the fierceness and wrath of Yahuwah for breaking the least command. We see more of his weightier judgment. And this is, how do we know it's for the tassel? Because let's get the context again when he gives out the command. He says, Yahuwah says, to put on the tassel so that you remember all the commands when you look on it. And it shall be for you seats out of tassel, and you shall see it and shall remember all the commands of Yahuwah and shall do them, and not search after your own lab and your own eyes after where you went whoring, so that you remember and shall do all my commands and be Kadash unto your Elohim. So that's the context of being Kadash, is putting on those tassels. Remember to do commands, makes you Kadash, and that includes wearing the tassels, not part of the commands. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. Boop, 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 boop. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning and the shofar's going off, a loud one. 3 o'clock. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim to be your Elohim. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. He says it twice. This command is important because I said so, I said so, I said so. Numbers Bad 16. The context was putting tassels and makes you Kadash. So the context is being Kadash. And this is immediately right after that. And Korah, ban of Yatshar, ban of Kahat, Ban of Lui, took both Dathan and Abiram, the Banim of Eliab, and Un, Ban of Palath, Banim of Rauban, and they rose up before Masha with some of the children of Yasharal. 250 leaders of the congregation, called ones of the meeting, men of name, and they congregated, they gathered against Masha and against Aharon. So this is Korah and the gathering that he gathered, 250 men of name before Masha, against Masha and Aharon, and said to them, enough of you. For what? Like, where did this come from? For all the congregation is Kadash, all of them. So why does he talk about being Kadash? Because remember he says put on the tassels, so you remember to do the commandments, and you shall be Kadash. As far as like even putting on the tassels, it's gonna help you be Kadash. So the idea using context clues is cause like I'm not putting those on, we're Kadash, we don't need that. And that's what gotta check. So this is for people today that think you don't have to wear the tassels, because it's elite. Like it's not. It was just as a reminder. But man doesn't live by bread alone, but every word that comes out of mouth of Yah. This came out of his mouth, so we should wear it too. And we see that it caused judgment for them, destruction. It was that big a deal. And we even see an example of somebody that takes slight of it, doesn't think it's that big a deal, who wanted to argue against it, and we can see their consequence. It says we're all Kadash, all of them, and Yahuwah is in their midst. And they thought they're just trying to be high and mighty. Why then do you lift up yourselves above the congregation of Yahuwah? So of course trying to say we don't need to wear tassels, we're Kadash. Doesn't seem like it's important. Like you gotta be making this up. Seems silly to him. Tassels. No, we're all Kadash. That's not gonna help. But it came out of Yahuwah's mouth, and Masha's about to prove that. And when Masha heard, he fell on his face and spoke to Korah and all his company, saying, tomorrow, Bakar, Yahuwah shall make known who is his and who is Kadash, and come near to him, and let him bring near to him the one whom he chooses. Do this. Take fire holders, Korah, and all your company, and put fire in them, and put incense in them before Yahuwah tomorrow. And it shall be that the one whom Yahuwah chooses is the Kadash one. Enough of you, Banim of Lui. And Masha said to Korah, hear now, you Banim of Lui. Is it little to you that the Elohim of Yasharal has separated you from the congregation of Yasharal to bring you near to himself, to perform the service of the Mashkan of Yahuwah, and to stand before the congregation to serve them, and that he has brought you near to himself, you and all your Achim, the Banim of Lui, with you, yet you seek the Kahana as well. Therefore, you and all your company are congregated, are gathered against Yahuwah, and Aharon, what is he that you grumble against him? And Masha sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the Banim of Eliab, but they said, we are not coming up. Is it little that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, that you would also cease total rule over us? In other words, saying, we're not going to listen to you come just because you said so. We're not giving you any more power and authority over us, Masha. That's what Dathan and the other dude were talking about. Dathan and Abiram. Also, you have not brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Would you bore out the eyes of these men? We are not coming up. And Masha became very displeased and said to Yahuwah, do not respect their offering. I have not taken one donkey from them, nor have I done harm to any of them. Then Masha said to Korah, tomorrow you and all your company shall be there before Yahuwah, you and they and Aharon, and take each one his fire holder, and you shall put incense in it, and let each one bring his fire holder before Yahuwah, 250 fire holders, and you and Aharon, each one with his fire holder. So each one took his fire holder, and put fire in it, and laid incense on it, and stood at the door of the tent of appointment, that Masha and Aharon, with Masha and Aharon. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them at the door of the tent of appointment. Then the esteem of Yahuwah appeared to all the congregation, and Yahuwah spoke to Masha and to Aaron, saying, separate yourselves from the midst of this congregation, and let me consume them in a moment. But they fell on their faces, and said, O Elohim are the spirits of Ruachut, of all flesh. When one man sins, are you wroth with all the congregation? And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, speak to the congregation, saying, move away from around the tents of Korah, Datan, and Abiram. So Masha rose up and went to Datan, Abiram, and the elders of Yasharad followed him. And went to Datan, Abiram, and the elders of Yasharad. And he spoke to the congregation, saying, please turn away from the tents of these wicked men. Do not touch whatever belongs to them, lest you be consumed by all their sins. Then they moved away from around the tents of Korah, Datan, and Abiram. And Datan and Abiram came out and stood at the door of their tents with their Ashim, their wives, and their Banim, and their little children. And Masha said, by this you know that Yahuwah has sent me to do all these works, not because of my lab, not because of my own lab. If these die as all men do, or if they are visited as all men are visited, then Yahuwah has not sent me. But if Yahuwah creates what is unheard of, and the Aratz opens its mouth and swallows them up with all that belongs to them, and they go down alive into the grave, then you shall know that these men have scorned Yahuwah. And it came to be, as he ended speaking all these words, that the ground under them split apart, and the Aratz opened its mouth and swallowed them up with their households, and all the men with Korah, with all their troops. So they and all those with them went down alive into the grave, and the earth closed over them, and they perished from the midst of the congregation. And all Yasharad who were round about them fled at their cry. For they said, lest the Arat swallows us up as well, swallows us up. And a fire came out from Yahuwah, and consumed the 250 men who were offering incense. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, say to Alazar, ban of Aharon, the Kahan, to pick up the fire holders out of the blaze, for they are Kodash, and scatter the fire some distance away. The fire holders of these men who sinned against their own Chaim, let them be made into beaten plates as a covering for the slaughter table, because they brought them before Yahuwah. Therefore they are Kodash, dedicated, and let them become a sign to the children of Yasharab, and let Alazar the Kahan. And Alazar the Kahan took the bronze fire holders that those who were burned up had brought, and they were beaten out as a covering on the slaughter table, a remembrance to the children of Yasharal that no stranger who is not of the seed of Aharon should come near to offer incense before Yahuwah, and not be like Korach and his company, as Yahuwah had said to him through Masha. But all the congregation of the children of Yasharal grumbled against Masha and against Aharon on the next Yom, saying, "You have killed the people of Yahuwah." Wow. This is time number 15 now. The very next Yom after the fire swallowed up Korah and his company, the congregation of the children of Yasharal grumbled against Masha and against Aharon on the next Yom, saying, "You have killed the people of Yahuwah." Blaming it on them. They're like not getting this. Like Yahuwah just swallowed them up from the ground, like Masha said would happen, for not wanting to wear tassels. And they're still murmuring and complaining. And it came to be when the congregation gathered against Masha and against Aharon that they turned toward the tent of appointment, and see the cloud covered it, and the esteem of Yahuwah appeared. And Masha and Aharon came before the tent of appointment. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, "Arise from amidst the congregation, and let me consume them in a moment." And they fell on their faces. So Masha said to Aharon, "Take the fire holder and put fire in it from the slaughter table, and lay incense on, and go. Hurry to the congregation and make covering atonement for them, for wrath has gone out from Yahuwah. The plague has begun." And Aharon took it as Masha commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation, and saw that the plague had begun among the people. And he laid on the incense, and made atonement for the people, and stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stopped. And those who died in the plague were 14,700, besides those who died on account of Korah. Then Aharon returned to Masha at the door of the tent of appointment, for the plague had stopped. Man, those numbers got bigger and bigger each time. Yahuwah went from how long shall they murmur and complain to just giving them what they want, to a little affliction here and there, drinking the gold dust, um, then swallowing the 3,000 men of Korah, or 250, or just his family, I mean, and then, man, now 14,700, besides those who died on account of Korah. Then Aharon returned to Masha at the door of the tent of appointment, for the plague had stopped. All right. So that's the 15th time. They complained the very next Yom after the ground swallowed up Korah for not wanting to wear tassels. And then 17 has one too, but I think it's late. I mean, I know it's late. Let's see what's happening. Oh, it's barely about to be 12. It's barely about to be 12. But, I'm getting tired. One more chapter. Let's do it. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, saying, "Speak to the children of Yasharal, and take from them a rod from each Abba's house, all their leaders according to their Abim houses, 12 rods. Write each one's name on his rod, and write Aharon's name on the rod of Louis, for there is one rod for the head of each father's Abba's house of the 12 tribes. You shall then place them in the tent of appointment before the witness where I meet with you. And it shall be that the rod of the man whom I choose buds, and I shall rid myself of the grumblings of the children of Yasharal, that they grumble against you. And Masha spoke to the children of Yasharal, and all their leaders gave him a rod each, for each leader according to their Abba's houses, 12 rods, the Rabim's houses, 12 rods, and the rod of Aharon was among their rods. So Masha placed the rods before Yahuwah in the tent of the witness. And it came to be on the next Yom that Masha went into the tent of the witness and saw that the rod of Aharon of the house of Lui had budded and brought forth buds and blossomed and bore ripe almonds. And Masha brought out all the rods from before Yahuwah to all the children of Yasharal, and they looked, and each man took his rod. And Yahuwah said to Masha, bring Aharon's rod back before the witness to be kept as a sign against the rebels, so that you put an end to their grumblings against me, lest they die. And Masha did as Yahuwah had commanded him. So he did. And the children of Yasharal spoke to Masha, saying, see, we shall die. We shall perish. We shall all perish. Anyone who comes near the Mashkan of Yahuwah dies. Shall we be consumed to die? That's it. That's a great question. Shall we be consumed to die? That is the question for Yom HaCaparym. Shall your sins truly be atoned for? We're in covenant with Yahuwah Yahusha, but are you continuing to murmur and complain and throw a fit when he's trying to bring you closer to him, when he's trying to separate you from this world, bring you into a secret place, a quiet place, and intimacy with him, so that you can focus just with him, in him, on the word, in him, on him? That's it. And are you going to continue to disobey the little things? Keep on repeating old habits, reviving them, recycling them? Or are you finally going to put an end to sin for Thub forever and stop murmuring and complaining and just let go and let Yah do whatever Yah wants to do with your Chai, and trust it's Him doing it, that it's all Him. Just trust this process to refine you like gold in the fire. They might be worthy to enter the marriage wedding supper of the Lamb, that your sins may be atoned for, that your crimes may be covered and placed on the scapegoat, Azazel, the enemy, Satan, be punished for his wickednesses, and our sins be forgiven, placed on Yahusha as well, so that we too might have everlasting Chai. The blood of the renewed covenant. May we learn from these lessons, not grumble and complain. Let Yahuwah do what he wants to do with our time. Stop breaking the same commandments, repeat disobedience. Get out of that recycling. And let's get righteous. Let's get Kadash. And let's not challenge the authorities that Yahuwah puts in place in the body. Let's not despise them, because some of them, Yahuwah still speaks face to face, plainly. And with that, I bid y'all farewell. Shalom, shalom, Yasharal. Shalom, shalom, Ashbaka. Shalom, shalom. Have a most awesome seventh Yom of the seventh Yom of all to the 10th Yom, the Yom HaCaparym. May have Yahuwah Barakatah favor you and increase you, guard you, protect you, and strengthen you and keep you. Have Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and be compassionate and favorable towards you. Yahuwah lift his countenance and his presence and essence upon you and give you shalom and fill you with all the fruit of the Ruach, that we might be a light to the nations and a light to one another, that we might sharpen each other as iron sharpens iron, that we might prepare each other to be a perfect, spotless, pure virgin bride, prepared for Adonai Eloheinu Malkeinu Haishinu Yahusha Mashiach, that we might be worthy to enter the marriage wedding supper of the Lamb, to be brought into your chambers, Yahusha Mashiach, Adani Wali, that we be Echad one, that we abide in you, and you in us, that we Tamim as you are Tamim, for you have Yahuwah, Yahusha, to make us Tamim in your image and Ruach HaKodesh. And to palal and petition these things have Yahuwah, Yahusha, and Ruach HaKodesh, with praise and todah and gratefulness, by the power of the Dam of the Shah, the renewed covenant, by your power and authority, Yahusha Mashiach, Adonai Eloheinu, Adani Wali, Turu Turu Turu, Aman, Waman, Waman, Halal Yahuwah, Yahusha, Hallelujah. And with that, I bid you farewell. Shalom, shalom, Yasharal. Shalom, shalom, Ashbaka. Shalom, shalom, Ahavata.